Shit. Okay. What? Testing? Okay, so that works. That works again. Okay. Hey, Derp Derp. Welcome back. Ah, it's good to see you here already. Nice. I'm quite happy to see that. Tell me, there was music for the game last night, right? I'm pretty sure there was, but what's with the getup? Yeah, I thought I'd go for green and black this time. Alright, good. I had to reset the audio tonight for whatever reason, so I had to double check. Hey Tricky, welcome back. The colors? I wanted to go for a more traditional Mexican look. Black hair. I mean, the eyes are still red, but that's just a superior eye color. Okay. The green is really not complementing the black, at least not that shade of green. Damn. Alright, I can fix it. Give me one moment. Okay, no, that's not muted. Mute that. Okay. So this is F22, and this is F24. Use 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay. Close. Close. Not quite. What do you think? Green and white? I want to go with green and red. Actually, I really should go green and red. It would be perfect, wouldn't it? Very Mexican. Give me one moment. I think I can do this. Oh my god. Just I did not foresee to be having me go to the hair salon all of a sudden. I also fixed the eye thing. This is eyebrow. I'm pretty sure this is eyebrow. Well, this is not eyebrow. Okay. You. It's not eyebrow either. Alright, before I continue going over with the red, does it work with the green? What do you think, guys? Green and red or white and green? It does? Alright, I'll finish it up then. Give me one moment. The green is dark and the red provides contrast. Nice, nice. I don't get the potato trekkie, but potatoes are delicious, if nothing else. Alright. By the way, have I mentioned how much I dislike micro USB? Because I do. I dislike micro USB. Ah, inside joke. Okay. Two. I went outside earlier, and holy shit, the air quality is atrocious. It's bad. My eyes are burning from the smoke, from the smog. Nope, not that one. It was this one. Lighter. There we go. Not that one. This one. Oh, the eyebrows. I almost forgot the eyebrows. It was not an eyebrow. I have no idea what the hell that was, but this is the eyebrow. Perfect. How bad? It looked like there was a fog. Like, not a super heavy fog, but it looked like there was a fucking fog. But it wasn't a fog, it was smog. Actually, before I forget, let me save this. Because if I don't, a straight click can delete it. Color preset, record, and for it, what did I put over here? F22? Well, bye. Now F22 goes to the 19, 20, 21, 22. There we go. Would be funny considering that was the first thing you said you were going to I know, right? It's extremely easy to just fuck it up if you forget to save it. Because I have a bunch of hotkeys set up that I really shouldn't. That would absolutely screw it up. Okay. Alright, so we have birthday, escapade, soiree, and road trip left, right? Now, I'm pretty sure escapade was, which one was escapade? Escapade sounds familiar, but I'm not quite sure anymore. And yeah, it's definitely a little finicky. Road trip is one of my favorites. Soiree is where you go to the country club, but I think you go with Baxter. This is when we meet Baxter, right? And then escapade, it sounds like you go and, you know, have a wild night with Kolb. So let's go with birthday. The park, the big park. It was a pleasant afternoon. The sun shone brightly and the breeze tugged lightly at the balloons strung around the park. You and Cope had just been dropped off at Miranda Eckhart's birthday party. Hey Java, welcome back. It's good to see you. Glad to have you here. You didn't really know Miranda. Last year was the first time you had class with her, and everyone at school knew her as quiet. The shy girl stuck to her own friend group like glue. Had it been a surprise that she was having such a party? Actually, I think I forgot. Yeah, I forgot to put this on fucking Twitter. And I also forgot to tell Mr. Manager. I am a disaster, folks. New copy. No, not that one. This one. Not that one. God damn it. Okay. Hello, Mr. Manager. Alright. It had been a surprise that she was having such a big party. He looked around at the expensive park, a spacious recreation center in the next town over, and noticed a bouncy castle. Miranda had a bit of a reputation for not caring if she acted mature, and like other teens sometimes did. See, Miranda's got it going on. She knows she knows how it goes. Don't be eager to act like you're mature. Just be happy. Fuck societal expectations and what other people think. Okay? Okay. And how's things? Things are great. I have coffee and I have beer. I haven't started at the beer yet. Miranda had a bit of her up. It made a certain amount of sense that her party would match that lack of care for maturity. You thought Miranda was sweet, weird, you wanted to get to know her better. Hard to follow because social pressure is quite a thing, but it's generally a good advice. Fair. Sweet or get to know her better. I'm excellent at therapy after my own heart. Maybe at this party, you'd have the chance to make friends with her. You were excited at that thought. You hadn't had a choice in coming here today. Your moms insisted on it after you got the invitation, as did Cole's mom and dad. So but you and her and he were driven over to the next town with presents in tow. All the parents had been pretty firm about going to a birthday if you'd been invited. It just seems like common courtesy, isn't it? Like, if you're invited, show up. It doesn't matter if you don't go for too long. Just show up, say hi, and then if you have to or want to leave, but at least show up. You agreed. Wonder if it was an adult thing. Happy. Felt out of place. Willing to give it a chance. 1 and 3. What do you think, guys? I'm personally for 3, because birthday parties, guys, just mean free food and, you know, games and fun and shit. I'm gonna go with 3 as well. You couldn't wait for the party to get started. There were so many things at birthday parties, and you were glad Miranda had wanted you to come. Coase made a small noise which caught your attention. He looked around, scanning the area. He fidgeted with his gift in hand. Any idea what we're supposed to do with these? You looked at your own present, and then towards the sitting area. There was a table filled with snacks and drinks, supplies for various party games. Past all that, wait, what? Snacks and drinks. Did you forget an end? And supplies for various party games. Past all that, you spotted one table in the back that seemed to have a truckload of gifts. You pointed it out to Cobe. I see presents. Let's go. Cope nodded with a smile and turned to where you gestured. He saw it too. Cool. You and Cope began to walk over to the presents table, flooding in the well-trimmed glass beneath your feet. You walked past groups of people, classmates in semicircles, broken up into the usual friend groups, and chatted away. You know what? I'm actually pretty familiar with this sort of party, where you invite your entire class. Because that's pretty much what I did. So it wasn't at a park. My grandparents' home had a big backyard, so it was big enough for a party like that. You walk past groups of people. Oh, occasional friendly greeting or not. However, as you passed by even more people that you had never seen before, you became aware there were more strangers here than not. It was more crowded than you expected. Miranda Eckert, the quiet girl, was hosting the most populated birthday party you had been to in a long time. Hey, so was the quiet ones. Even if it does stood with intention with that expression. Normally, at least it's this one. Remind me of the time I got an invite but forgot to tell my parents. Discovered the invite too late. Ah, imagine this was a bit awkward. Or unfortunate, depending on the point of view. You looked at the new faces and thought you saw something. Of Miranda. The fuck? 1 second. Something of Miranda in them. Cousins? Nieces? Or nephews, maybe? Parties could be a big deal in her family. The both of you reach the table. You set your gift down in an empty space, brushing some confetti aside, and Cope places his gently next to it. He looked at the presents thoughtfully. Hey, what did you get her? Before you had a chance to answer, Cope opened his mouth again and tapped his gift. I found this sparkly backpack. I figured she could use it for a school or a trip. What do you mean go over? Like the entire step? Yeah, a little bit. Little bit. Just a few mistakes every now and then. Your mom's taking you out shopping the other day. You searched through the store and ultimately picked a stuffed animal, necklace and bracelet, lighthearted adventure, yarn craft kit that made a toy. Let your mom's pick. Your mom didn't appreciate what you picked and chose something else. There. Let's go with stuffed animal. The wide eyes of the other plush had called to you. You weren't sure what in its face made you think of Miranda, but it seemed appropriate. Your mom said agreed that it was a fine present, and Ma helped you wrap it. You described it to Cole briefly and he had no objections. Not a bad idea. He brushed his hands against the side of his pants. I really hope Miranda likes her gifts, but I think we both did good. Well, we both did well. Superman does good. You do well, Cobe, okay? Good, Cobe. With that, he gave you a sunny grin. You touched the gift one more time and then stepped away. Without the direction of needing to put stuff away, the two of you weren't sure what to do next. You felt a little awkward and Cope shrunk in on himself as he looked around. There were more guests heading to the present table, so you turned away and wandered over to a nearby tree where you wouldn't be in the way. From there, you both inspected the area and planned the next step. You were glad that Cobe had been invited too. At least you had his company in this unfamiliar place. You watched him, and he gave you a nervous grin. It reassured you a little and you smiled back. What next? Cope didn't appreciate being put on the spot. He was just as unsure as you were. Birthday party stuff?
It didn't seem to be time for cake, but with people still arriving, nothing else seemed to be organizing yet either. He noticed that himself and tried again. We could find Miranda? That was an idea. It made sense to greet the birthday girl. Okay, we could say hello. Wish her a happy birthday. Ask her what she wants people to do.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. With that point, it was decided. The Miranda hunt had begun. You wandered around. Anytime you saw someone with Miranda's hair color, you got a little closer. But more than once, it turned out not to actually be her. Hey, look! Finally, he pointed over to the real Miranda. She smiled slightly when you both approached, but ducked her head. She seemed a little overwhelmed with being the center of attention today. Hi, Cobb. Hi, Curry. Unicorn. Alright, nice. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thanks, I'm really glad you could come. You all stood awkwardly. Miranda did seem genuinely happy, but there was still a distance between you. This is a great looking party. Thank you. You know. Oh. Holy shit, I am just in the place for her to look at me like that. That's funny. There we go. Is there something we need to do, or should we just hang out? Is there, oh, well, you can talk to people if you want. There are games that are gonna start soon. And the bounce house should open later if you feel like jumping. Then after that, it's cake and present time. We'll have ice cream too. After that is when people will start going home. I hope that's okay with you guys. Cobb nodded. He seemed a little more confident about the situation now. That's a plan. Thanks. You gave Miranda a thumbs up, and she smiled in return. She seemed slightly less uncomfortable. Miranda waited there, and you became hyper-aware of the silence forming. You heard a shout for a Randy, and Miranda brightened up, a total 180 with how stiff she had been with you. I've gotta talk to some more people. Bye. The birthday girl ran off to her friend, leaving you and Cobb with at least a little more idea of what to expect. You both glanced to each other wordlessly. You felt a little disappointed. It was going to be hard to get to know Miranda better with how in demand she was probably going to be today. Hopefully, you would get to talk to her later. All that was left now was finding something to fill time until the activities began. You tried to chat with the people around, talk with Cobb, found a quiet spot, stood around. What do you think, guys? Personally, Cobb or people around seems like a good idea. See. Oh shit. My apologies if you just heard that. You know how when you open a can, sometimes it just bubbles over? Because apparently you shook it too much? Yeah, that happened. My apologies to anyone with misophonia. That was not my intention. I did not intentionally shake the can. It was, it was apparently shaken in the process of getting home. Ah, fucking delicious. Alright, let's go with people around. Cobb kept at your side as you socialized. It was a lot of introductions, small talk, and A lot of introductions and small talk, but you weren't surprised. You ran into some classmates and ended up talking about a rumor that there wouldn't be a new art teacher in the fall. Cobb didn't buy the wildest of rumors about her, but she was an irrational international art thief who was heading out from the law. You wonder how a story like that even got started. You know what? That's my headcanon. The new art teacher is 100% an international art thief on the run from the law. That's true. I'm sorry, them's the rules, that's how it works. Reminds me of my high school art teacher. Dude was weird. Like, this was fucking weird. And no one liked him. No one, absolutely no one liked him. He was extremely pretentious. Eventually he got fired. It's tough to say. I think it wasn't bad weird. At least not in the usual bad weird. Like weird uncle that you and let your children around weird. Not that kind of weird. At least it didn't seem to me at the time. Just weird. Like socially didn't get things or something. I don't know. He made a lot of the younger students cry. How did they get the job in the first place? I don't know. Cobb didn't buy the... Well, one of your classmates laughed and said she'd heard it from someone who'd been in summer school and happened to see a truck with some paintings wrapped in the back. She didn't understand the stretch either. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed over the crowd. The constant buzz of conversation dropped as one of the adults, maybe Miranda's dad, asked the kids to gather around because it was game time. I wonder what's gonna happen. You shrugged. You scanned the area to make a guess. You made a joke about something that wasn't going to happen. I gotta do this. We're gonna play high-stakes poker. It's obvious. Obvious, huh? Look at this crowd. Card sharks, the whole of them. Gamblers. Most of the guests are teenagers around your age, but there were also quite a few adults and some younger kids. Cobb nodded sagely at a group of little kids. Yeah, these are high rollers. I'm glad he gets it. Just like you and the rest of your family. He smirked at that one. The adult announced that the children under 10 had the first turn on the bounce house. For everyone else, it was time to play pin the tail on the donkey. I'm sorry, why are there children under 10 in a party for a teenager? Hey Commander, welcome back. Well, I mean, it wasn't intentionally Christmas colors. It was more like Mexican flag colors, but you know, it works also for Christmas. For everyone else, it was time to play pin the tail on the donkey. I guess children get conscripted, makes sense. Same for like little siblings and stuff. Cobb raised his eyebrows. He was surprised for sure. You were excited, kinda silly, weirded out, fine. Didn't know how this would go. Excited, come on. Pin the tail on the donkey sounded like fun. Maybe you could even win. You casually stepped up to join the line. The donkey in question was a cartoony poster with big eyes that looked more like ping pong balls. It was positioned a few feet above the ground on a tree trunk. The teen who arrived first was blindfolded and then spun around. He was nudged to the sign and away from the other kids so he wouldn't stick someone with the tail instead. Unfortunately for him, he placed the tail on the donkey's head like some kind of bizarre earring. He wouldn't be winning that far from the target. His next opponent did far better by landing it on the donkey's back. The spectators clapped politely and the line moved up. More teens tried their hand at it. Some got closer than others, but no one had gotten it perfect yet. Soon, it was Cope's turn. He was blindfolded and spun just like the others. At this point, it was a close match, and everyone was watching with bated breath. Cope approached the donkey and stuck the tail on without any hesitation. Cope stood back and removed his blindfold, cheering when he saw how close he was. He turned his head over his shoulder and grinned at you. Your turn. You shook your head and stepped out of line. You took your turn, of course. We ain't bitches here. We ain't bitching out. With the blindfold on the bride park. With the blindfold on, the bride park became utterly dark. You need a comma after on. As you were spun around, the sounds around you seemed to get louder. At least you could tell the direction of the bounce house from the shrieks of the younger children. You stopped spinning and stepped forward, tail in hand. It was time to give it a stab. Directly, the right, on the left, up, bend and place it downward. What do you think, guys? So we're short, like we're super short. So if we place it bend and place it downwards, it's going to go under it, for sure. I'm thinking directly in front of you, or a little to the right. Reach and place it up. Alright, we can go with that. I think it's wrong, but we can go with that. Let's see. You pressed the tail into the target and stepped back. You took your blindfold off to check your results. People cheered from behind. You had it. Oh! Alright. Nice, Derpy. You had indeed pinned the tail on the donkey, right where donkeys prefer their tails to be. You beamed at your accomplishment and felt a surge of pride. It was perfect. You looked back at the crowd behind you and your eyes met Cove's. He was impressed. You even got a small thumbs up. A few more kids took their turn. One girl managed to somehow pin the tail on the opposite side of the tree. You were pretty sure it had to be on purpose. Didn't think it would be correct, to be honest. Me neither, honestly. I thought it was going to be like on the left. But hey, thanks. The shortest option. I went for the shortest option. With the line empty, the game was finally over. The adults running things started to inspect the donkey. At this point, the sign was more tails than donkey. Short Queen Gremlin, 100%. However, you were the undeniable winner. No one could get closer than perfect. After your name was announced, everyone cheered and clapped for you once more. You came up to the front, and the man gave you a handful of candy as prize for the victory. Thank you. As you shoved the candy in your pocket, Scoop walked up to you. Congrats on the win. You're humble about it. Bashful, you're... Come on. Look. Humility is for other people, okay? Come on, I mean, we're the best. I am the undefeated pin the tail on the Donkey Queen. Cove shook his head with a rueful smile. There's only been one game. There only needed to be one game. Sure. Uh-huh. You offered to share the candy with Cove. Do you want some? His sparkling eyes told you yes. You held out a lollipop and Cove accepted it, carefully. It was a mystery flavor, so you had no idea if you'd like it or not. He unwrapped the treat, and it was a swirl of pale blue and translucent green. Cove gave it a tiny lick. What's it taste like? Your victory. And berries, I think. Another thought you can apply to colleges and not tell people that fucking stuff there. Really? I did not know that. You both laughed at that, and you gave him more candy. An older teen walked up, tall enough to tower over you and Cobb. You felt a little intimidated by this stern-faced teenager until she started to speak. Her voice was low, but friendlier than her tough frown would suggest. Hi, I'm handing out party favors. Do you want one? She showed you party hats. She insisted that they were the key to a true partying mood. She had two options, either a colorful headband with two tiny party hats arranged almost like ears, or a tiara with a star on it. They were both very festive.
It's okay.
No thanks. You knew the teen hadn't actually glared at him. Her default facial expression just seemed grim. You picked? You wanted one of the headbands. Of course. Ears are perfect. Blue, pink, purple, or green. Let's go with green. You're already wearing green. Teenager handed you that with a surprising amount of gusto, given her expression never changed. She gave you a serious thumbs up for taking it. Then you let her go. Or do we encourage Cobb to pick one? Let's go for it. You held a pink headband hat in one hand and a crown in the other. You tried to imagine what they'd look like on Cobb. He needs to be social and stuff? Fair. You really should try it, it'd be great. Cobb looked back at the hats and then at you. With a sigh, he grabbed hold of one. The teen with the hats clapped as much as she could with all the hats in her hands. The unknown teenager nodded approvingly at you both and went to pass out hats to more people. You put the party hat on your head with a smile, and it fitted well. It was surprisingly comfortable. It really completes your look. When did you get so fashionable? He smirked and you just adjusted your new accessory. I'm a party animal now. It looks very good. It does look very good on me, thanks. I know why I'm doing this. Both 1 and 2 are great. This is more jokey, and number 2 is like more smug. More gremlin-y. I'm gonna go with 2. You looked him straight in the eye, and he seemed unsure how to handle that reaction to his statement. He floundered for a second until he came up with a response. You don't have to brag. He circumposed and he rolled his eyes. Cobb finally put his own hat on. He was nervous about it, his face uncertain.
That's
I don't know about this. I feel kind of silly. Does it look weird? Perfect. Silly, giggle, shook your head, no. You look great. 1, 2, 4, or 6. One, 2, 4, or 6. 4? I'm okay with 4. Hey, what's that for? After that, the people in charge quickly set up the next game. Teenagers milled about until they were told to find partners. You tried to listen to the rules, straining your ears to listen to the adult announcing what you were supposed to do. It was a simple game. One person in a pair would throw candy while the other had to catch it in their mouth. If they caught it, the pair would move on to the next round, where everyone would take a step back and the former catcher would become the thrower. The game would continue, the players getting further and further until one set of partners were the only ones left standing, or everyone lost in a run. About half of the guests had already found partners. They moved fast. You noticed Cobb had his eyes on you. Could we be partners? Neither of you were all that familiar with anyone else here. It'd be the safe choice to pair up. Dude, really? You have to ask? You have to ask. Yes, of course, let's do it, partner. Cool. He beamed, and you started wondering about your respective candy catching capabilities. The two rows of players facing each other formed. Cope tilted his head towards him, and you started to head over. You both lined up directly in front of each other. It took a while to pass out the candy. You were handed a small bag of gummies that smelled strongly fruity. You noticed Cope took it upon himself to do a taste test of a red one across from you. They're not bad. You tried one for yourself, or what did it taste like? I'm thinking 2. But 3 is... 2. You ended up grabbing a purple gummy. It was sweet, and you guessed it was supposed to be grape flavored, but it was mostly just really sugary. And then it was time to begin. Cope's room was set to throw first. He smiled nervously, his eyes wide with seriousness. He grinned widely, and he seemed to relax a little. Aw, look at him, he's nervous. That's so cute. The game was on. The adult in charge shouted for the throwers to go. You and Cope were only a couple of feet away from each other. With Cope's careful toss, you caught the candy easily. Like you, most of the other players moved on to the next round. There were a few gaps in the rows as everyone took a step back. The round was harder with pairs further apart, but not overly so. It could be done if both partners tried. You did your best as you tossed it. I'm gonna do my best. You carefully plucked a gummy from the bag and felt the weight. You shifted it in your hand a couple of times for practice, and then told Kobe you were ready. You went for an underhand throw, careful to aim for Kobe's mouth. The blue candy arced and landed perfectly in his mouth. You chewed it twice and then smiled widely. You could tell Cope was genuinely pleased to make it through another round. You were happy as well. Oh, that's his competitive face. That is 100% Cope's competitive face. You can tell because of the eyebrows. Those are his competitive eyebrows. The next round began, and you took another step back. Cope was even further away now, but he made an okay sign. He was in this to win it. Around you, oh my god. Around you, the once packed rows of players had thinned out some. You wonder how many rounds everyone had left in them. Cope swung his arm and made eye contact with you. You nodded, and the green candy flew towards you. Are we sure they aren't just gummy worms trying to escape? I'm quite certain. Maybe. Probably. You tried your best to catch it. You followed the arc of the candy and opened your mouth wide. It had a slight spin on it, and you tilted your head to the left to compensate. You bit down on the candy, grinning with your victorious catch. It tasted sweet and vaguely like a Slurpee. Yeah, Curry. Coop was thrilled. He was entirely invested in the game at this point. Oh, competitive Cope. That's his serious face. You and Cope were still in the game. You knew this was a final round. Only a few other pairs were still left. Cope was determined to win. You could see it in the clench of his jaw, in the careful way he watched you. You were charmed by his attitude, equally wanted to win, didn't want to let him down, but it was funny and felt nervous. 2. 1 or 2, I mean. You were charmed. You're like having a partner that was so into the game. His determination sparked something in you. Admiration? An answer desired to him? Weren't sure. Cope gave you a firm grin, and you prepared to throw. Your fingers grabbed an orange gummy from the bag. It felt solid in your grasp. Even your hand was starting to get sticky from touching all the sugary sweets. Cope leaned his face towards you and bent his knees, ready to catch. The time came. You looked at the candy, and then Cope. You tried your best. Cope followed the candy with his eyes. Your throw, unfortunately, spun out to the side. It looked like a loss was on the horizon, but he made a move for it. And it was good. He snatched the candy out of the air with the corner of his mouth. A wide grin spread on his face as Cope victoriously chomped down on the candy. Yes! Along with a cheer, he jumped up in excitement and pumped one arm. You look to your left and then to your right. You see the few remaining players walking away, commiserating over their losses. With some shock, you realize you and Cope were the only ones who made it that round. You won. You watched the moment Cope clicked into the same realization. His face brightened, like sunshine, and he jogged over to close the distance between you. You stepped closer to meet him halfway. You high-fived, put an arm around, jumped into a hug, ruffled his hair, nudged in a friendly way. Come on. Jump into a hug! His eyes went big when he realized you were going for a hug. He smiled and caught you, hugging you back tightly. You'd won this together. He giddily stomped his feet in place in front of you as though he couldn't contain his energy. We did it! You adjusted the hat that had nearly fallen off throughout the event. Gotta be the woo. The game runner strolled over and merrily gave you both a bunch of more candy on top of letting you keep the gummy bags. It was quite the collection. Cove laughed over just how much candy you both had acquired. Between this game and Pin the Tail on the Donkey, you were swimming in sugar now. With the candy toss over, you're going to need something else to do. You didn't have to wait long. You heard someone in the crowd shout that the bouncy house was officially open for the older kids. You and Ko were sure to look. Ko smiled, and you knew he wanted in. You both ran over to the bouncy castle and kicked your shoes off. You crawled into the inflated castle with Kobe, held on your heels. There were a couple other teens inside already. You started to get a feel for bouncing. Kobe hopped from the middle to the side and back. Just after you landed from a particularly high jump, someone else snuck in. It was the birthday girl herself. Hi, Miranda. Hi, birthday girl. Miranda looked happy. She waved both her hands at you with a megawatt grin. I hope you're having fun. At this point, I'm not quite sure. Does she have a crush on Kobe or us? She hopped around with her hands in front of her like a kangaroo. It was a surprisingly effective way to clear distance to the bouncy house. She then jumped high, kicking both her legs out to the side and touched the tips of her toes with her fingers. Wow! Miranda hadn't run out of tricks yet. She jumped a couple of more times, getting high before doing a backflip, doing a backflip and tucking into a ball. She managed to land on her feet, but didn't stick the landing. She tumbled back and fell on her butt. Cope clapped, and Miranda inclined her head, almost like a bow. She was back to jumping in no time. You're so good at this. She bounced close enough to the two of you to talk without shouting across the way. Cope's bouncing slowed down to accommodate their conversation. My family gets these every year, and we have a trampoline in the backyard. You're so lucky. Really cool. I want to do flips. Come on. Miranda giggled a bit and then her eyes sparkled. Hey, I can launch someone if you want. If I jump in front of you, then your bounce will go higher. Okay, launch me. Sure. Miranda leaped over to you, her excitement clear in her face. Cope watched with interest. She explained more clearly how this was supposed to work. You got ready to bounce on her cue. 3, 2, 1. The moment she came down, you jumped high. The force of her, just as she had said, helped launched you up. The air rushed past your face, and then you were coming back down. Your feet hit the bounce house hard enough to help launch Miranda up a little as well. She giggled some more, and the two of you took turns bouncing each other up. Cope clapped or offered suggestions, but it was becoming clear that he wanted a turn too. Miranda invited him to join and tried to synchronize your bounces to launch Cope up super high. The first time resulted in everyone, not into, in everyone, crashing down in a pile of laughs. By the fifth attempt, Cope managed to catch some serious airtime. Woo! You all had fun bouncing around. You thrilled. Miranda did stunts. Cope futilely tried to touch the highest tip in the castle's ceiling. You and Cope chatted to Miranda more than you ever had at school. She truly was the queen of this bouncy castle. Whenever someone did something cool, everyone would cheer. If you fell, the others would help you up. Eventually, more people wanted to take turns in the bounce house, so you and Cope left. As you slipped on your shoes, you saw Miranda get drawn into conversation with a group of adults. She would be talking to them for a while. You and Cope decided to take a break and hydrate. Hell hydrate. There we go. Actually, delicious water. You went to the party table and grabbed some ice water. Now my water is not ice water, it's just regular. It's room temperature. Hope handed you a party noisemaker. Matraca. That's what, as far as I know, that's what they're called in Spanish. Matraca. A party noisemaker he picked up from the same table. He blew an... Oh, that's a different noisemaker. Okay, I thought it was the one that you spun around on a stick, not the one that you blew into. He blew on his and it made a funny sound when it unrolled. Cope downed his drink in a couple gulps. He had gotten pretty into bouncing after all. That's adorable. You were still sipping on your water when Cope blew on his noisemaker again. Then again, and again. It was almost a tune. Didn't recognize any particular melody, but... So, funny enough, you're changing tenses here. It was, and you don't, right? You generally want to keep the tenses the same. It was almost a tune. A tune. You didn't, rather than don't, recognize any particular melody, but a noisemaker also isn't an instrument. The noise cut through the hum of the other party is loud and noticeable. Now cut. Cut is an irregular verb, and all of its tenses are the same. Past is cut, present is cut, past participle is also cut. So it does the same either way. You asked Cope to stop. You started blowing on your own noisemaker. You blew your noisemaker back at Cope. You blew hard enough to unfurl the paper completely straight. It jutted out towards Cope, almost tapping his chin. Cope wasn't going to let that stand. He retaliated and blew his back at you. It nearly touched your nose. It was a game now. Both of you tried to land a light hit on the other. Cope managed to get your chin while you scored right in between his eyes.
Oh great.
Oh great.
You people again.
Oh great. You people again. Quit blowing each other kids. Oh my god. I hadn't even thought about that. Someone vaguely familiar shouted and you snapped your head to the side. Cope's noisemaker dropped from his mouth. The speaker stepped up and there was no doubt. It was Jeremy. That mean boy you met at the start of summer. You groan. Hey, it's bowl cut kid. Uncomfortable. Instantly got angry. Tried to ignore. Tried being polite. So, 1, 2, 4, or 2? Okay. I'm okay with 2. Oh hey, it's the bowl cut kid. Jeremy's scowl told you everything about what he thought of that moniker. Why are you here? Copestone was defensive. You watched Jeremy's face turn slack as if Cope's question was the idiocy above all idiocies. Didn't I already explain this? He hadn't, so both you and Cope exchanged a look. Do you have memory loss or are you really that stupid? Seriously. I didn't walk here, my parents brought me. Apparently, I couldn't just stay inside like I wanted. No, they insisted that I get out and enjoy the day, and have fun on vacation, blah blah blah. He said enjoy the day, and have fun on vacation, like some people would say scrub the entire bathroom, or listen to an off-key singer for 10 hours. They found the park because I hate the beach. Too bad I also hate parks. Ugh, it's dirty here. They don't know anything. Oh, and then they saw this stupid party and decided to bother some adults by asking what was going on. They think maybe we could be included. It's moronic. Get it now? That's who my parents are. Annoying and embarrassing. Why would anybody want strangers at their birthday? Why can't they ever just leave things alone? He huffed loudly, and his eyes shot daggers at some grown-ups that presumably were his parents. Alright guys. Really awkward. Doesn't sound very bad. All you can do is complain about it, sucks to be you. Try to be friendly. Brother that didn't bother trying to respond. Now. Normally, I would be all for sucks to be you. But we could try to rise above him and be the bigger person. Shit, I want pizza. Give me a moment. Uber Eats. Can you tell if my ADHD medication has run out by now? 6? You want 6? It's a tough one. Just ignore him? I want to be nice to him on the off chance that he remembers it years from now. 3? Tell him to kick rocks? Alright, I have a D6 somewhere. Where's my D6? I have a bunch of D6 around here, but I don't know where they are every now and then. That's a motor. That's a D8? Okay. No, not D8. What? No, where did I put the D6? There's like 5 of them around, and somehow, right now, I can't find a single one of them. So I can roll for this decision. You know what? Google. Roll a D6. 4. You tried to be friendly and welcome Jeremy to the park. Well, you're here now. Maybe you can make the best of it. And maybe you can shut your dumb face. Okay. Jeremy's eyes slipped away from you to take in the rest of the park. For a bit, it was a little awkward. It was possible he didn't know what to do. But then he spoke again.
So
how come people... Okay, let me go for the voice. I like the voice that I did for him before. How come people really go around in those embarrassing party hats? Do they think it's fun or something? How could a human being be so dumb? It's just kind of nice to do party stuff. Jeremy scoffed, unimpressed. The expression on his face was nasty as he spoke. I'm not surprised an empty-headed person like you would think that. Jeremy looked you over, completely dismissive. It was so rude you can't help but feel... Again, change of tenses. Past form. Jeremy looked you over, completely dismissive, and now it's so present tense, right? Generally speaking, you would go with the past. It was so rude. And as far as I can remember, you can't make a contraction between it and was the way you can between it and has. So you have to write out it was so rude. You can't help but also can't doesn't work. You need to put it in couldn't. It was so rude you couldn't help but feel offended. Ko's face hardened. He seemed more offended than when anyone actually insulted him personally. Kind of like the way we actually almost tried to hit his face when he offended Cove. Just because you don't know how to be happy doesn't mean no one else does. And it's not our fault if you hate everything. It's not okay for you to take it out on Corey. She isn't doing anything wrong. You are. That's not very smart, my dude. He's like an entire head taller than you. Jeremy seemed unfazed by Cove's defense and sniffed. Corey kind of humiliated herself on her own. She doesn't need you to step in and do it for her. Ooh. Okay, look. These are all excellent options. Pour your drink, push, punch, annoy him with the noisemaker. This last two are kind of whatever. Now, actually, maybe 6 would be great because it could get Kobe to punch him instead of us punching him. So, those are good options. Those are really good options. Pizza. Tell me there's a oh, God damn it, there's no pizza places open anymore. Oh, it's 11:30. Holy shit, never mind. No wonder there are no pizza places open. I thought it was like 10. When this is open? Anyway, you punched Jeremy in the face. Seems to be a majority. You landed a solid punch to his nose. He shrieked and backed away, clutching his face. He glared furiously at you. You really are crazy! I mean... talk shit, get hit. Like, what's it? Everyone knows the expression. You're talking some mad shit for someone in punching range. You're a dick. You're ruining someone's birthday. I'm gonna find your parents and tell them what's going on. Don't say anything like that ever again. You laughed. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, or 5. And yeah, as far as I know, there aren't really any 24-hour establishment here. Tough, right? You're a dick. Probably would impress Kobe. You can see 3 being hilarious. Ooh. Yeah, it's definitely a very good possibility. She punched me. Yeah, because you're being a dick. You laughed? This one's also possibly very good. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6. Okay, roll d6. You can tell sometimes, guys, if you're struggling with a decision, roll a dice or flip a coin. If the decision that lands makes you want to pick the other one, then you know which one you actually want, right? Because the dice ruled on 1, but I still want to pick 3. So 3. People were starting to watch what was going on. Your argument wasn't exactly quiet at this point. Why don't you just leave us alone if you're so awful? If we are so awful? Jeremy glowered even more and huffed.
Dumbasses.
Talking to you is pointless. Dumbasses. He stalked off like the last time you saw him, muttering under his breath. Cole sighed in relief after Jeremy was gone. He relaxed, but only for a moment. He noticed just how much attention you'd drawn from the other guests. Luckily, it hadn't gone on long enough to get a real crowd. A concerned adult in a blue button-up shirt approached you and asked who that was and if everyone was alright.
It's okay.
I'm fine. Cobb looked at you cautiously, asking just as much as the adult if you were okay. It's cool. Not what I would call fun, but I'll live. The concerned adult lingered for a few seconds but nodded and left you alone. The Jeremy fiasco was officially over. Cobb rubbed his eyes, clearly ready to put all that nonsense behind him. Then he started laughing. It was a surprised laugh, breaking out of his chest without any actual joy. It was nervous and disbelieving in all the complex emotions brought about by one meeting with Jeremy. I can't believe it. He spoke in fits and starts. I can't believe you actually punched him. You deserved it. You were still mad. You think it was too much. 1 or 2 for me. Can't be any other. I'm thinking... It's tough. Because if you say he deserved it, oh, alright, fine. But if you shrug, then it's not a big deal. At least in your eyes. You held your shrug longer than necessary. It expressed your feelings better than any words. Yeah. No, and we tried on the first meeting already. Cobb nodded to himself and then continued speaking. I mean, I wouldn't want someone to do it to me, but it's not like I can blame you. He was treating us so bad for no reason. I'm pretty sure he'll be okay. I bet it wouldn't even change anything for him. Cobb paused and shyly twisted his fingers together. Then in a quieter voice he spoke. And if you're bad for doing it, I'm bad too, because I kinda liked watching you do it, Corey. Oh damn. Or boy likes it. Or boy is into it. Okay. Alright. He became bashful, barely able to meet your eyes, as he smiled shyly. But only because he deserved it. I wouldn't want that to happen to someone out of nowhere or anything. She wants small dummy mommy, understood? I know, right? He's very soft. He's very much a soft boy for us. So he definitely probably wants that small dummy mommy. He felt flattered, laughed, agreed it was satisfied, also felt bashful. You felt flattered, of course. You want to tell your moms about Jeremy, I mean? Are you gonna say what you did back at him? You'd probably be nice about it, and maybe they'd know how to handle someone like him. He bit his lip and thought, I'm not gonna tell them anything if you don't. Thanks for asking. What do you think, guys? I am in favor of telling the moms. Okay, what the fuck? Why is Petco an option for Uber Eats? How is Petco an option for Uber Eats? What? It's Petco. Whatever. Yeah, let's tell the moms. Tractor Supply and Best Buy from door to... Alright! You said, let's go with this. I'll let them know everything.
Alright.
Okay. You thought back to your retaliation and whizzed internally. You were probably going to get in trouble. Not bad trouble. Not as long as your moms knew you'd been picked on first. Some trouble. You apologize to Cope for making him wear the party hat. I'm sorry, Cope. It's my fault you were wearing the hat in the first place. Cope shook his head. If anything, he seemed surprised at your apology.
Don't worry about it.
I don't mind that you did. It's been fun. The whole day has been fun. Except for Jeremy. And he's gone now. He reached up and flicked his hat with pride, giving you a small grin. It made you happy. Finally, you went over to pick up the noisemaker that Cope dropped when Jeremy appeared. It might be too dirty to use now, but you didn't want to leave it there. Just a little grass and dirt. It's fine. Put it in your mouth anyway. He accepted it softly when you offered the little party favor back to him. Thanks, Gary. I like how we can be there for each other. It makes me feel better about that kind of stuff when it happens. Yeah. Cope suggested that you should find a seat at one of the tables. It was almost cake time, and he wanted to be prepared. It was a good reminder that the party wasn't over yet. Cake! I think the table works. It's close to the refreshments at least. You and Cope tried to settle down after that last event. You took seats across from one another at one of the park tables. There were a few attempts to chat, but for the most part you simply watched the adults run around to set up the cake cutting. There was a minor panic when who you assumed was Miranda's dad apparently forgot the lighter for the candles. He and another man went through and started asking for other adults for matches or lighters. Oh, the noisemakers? Yeah, this is great. They weren't having any luck until the green-faced teenager who had been passing out party hats pulled a green lighter out of the ice cream cooler. I'm sorry, but if the green lighter was in the cooler, it's probably been in water. And if it's been in water, that's not gonna light. Why the lighter was put in the cooler remained a mystery. In fact, even if it's not necessarily been in the water, there's a good chance it's not gonna light. It was pretty humid in the cooler. But with party hat girls fine, it was time to get things going again. Miranda sat at the head of the longest table. A large chocolate cake was set in front of her. She lit all 14 candles, with the cooler lighter with a big smile. Let me ask you something, guys. Does the birthday person light the candles where you're from? Or do the candles get lit for the birthday person where you're from? Because over here, the candles get lit for you. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Does it matter? I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter, but it's a matter of what is traditional for you. Right? The adults started singing Happy Birthday, and the rest of the guests joined in. Okay. Do you guys have the thing where when people tell the birthday person to go for a bite on the cake? Like, just straight up go bite the cake? Mostly because fire hazard in young people? Fair enough. But yeah. And then, usually, really, that's not a tradition where you're from. Okay. Where I'm from, it's a tradition for people to go like, oh, mordida, like, it's just bite it, and the birthday person goes in and bites a part of the cake, right? And obviously that part is going to be their slice, okay? But it was also tradition that if you went for the bite, anyone close enough to you was obligated, quote unquote, obligated, to smush your face into the cake. Yeah, exactly like that, Trekkie. Adults started singing Happy Birthday and the rest of the guests joined in. At the end of the song, Miranda blew out the candles with a dedicated huff. She closed her eyes and you saw her silently mouth something. Maybe it was a birthday gift. Miranda cut her own slice, then one of the grown-ups took over cutting the cake. Another little adult passed around plates of cake slices with a scoop of vanilla ice cream to the guests. Ah, nice, ice cream. Eventually the cake got around to you and Cope. Cope was pleased with the treat in general. The cake looked rich and moist. Moist. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. It smelled quite chocolatey. You wanted both. You knew it as soon as I read it what was coming. I am an absolute box chaos gremlin. You took a bite of the ice cream. The vanilla wasn't bad, but it was a little bland. Excuse you, it's vanilla, right? Sure, it's not anything special as far as flavors are concerned, but it's vanilla. It's good. It cannot be bland, it's just good. It could be better with other flavors added to it, but by itself, vanilla is great. The chocolate cake, however, was a rich flavor. Cope then took his fork and started mashing up some of his cake. This unironically is Merchant breaking what, the vanilla part? Or me breaking the fourth wall to talk about it? When the cake resembled a pile of crumbly chunks, I'm gonna need a little bit more detail than because I gave the vanilla part. I agree. I absolutely agree. When the cake resembled a pile of crumbly chunks, he started mixing it into the ice cream. Okay, our boy is smart. He's smart. He's making a bootleg Dairy Queen Blizzard vanilla chocolate cake blizzard. The melted parts of the ice cream made a kind of chocolate cake soup. That actually sounds fucking delicious. I've never done that, but I want to now. Sounds like a waste of good cake and ice cream derby. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree. I cannot agree. That sounds like perfection. How does it taste? Really good, but it's better with brownies. Oh my god, he's so smart. He's so smart. He's so smart. He grinned and took a bite of his own mix. Cope contentedly chowed down on his concoction. One advantage to his mix is that the ice cream seemed to catch most of the crumbs that would usually fall from eating cake. Unlike some of the kids around him, Cope's shirt remained clean. You started eating your dessert in earnest. You enjoyed yourself plenty. Cope suddenly put his fork down on his plate and stared up at the sky. Excuse you, fork? Fork. For ice cream and cake. Are the organizers barbarians or something? Fork. I would accept a spork. Sure, whatever, spork. But a fork. This is amazing. Well, the light of the vanilla dilutes the cake just enough to smooth out the flavor. If it was made like that, but they're not made like that. I can understand that hesitance. No, like it's fine. Like I've seen people be weird like this, right? I know people who eat rice with a fork, right? So I'm not surprised that someone would be a barbarian and eat cake and ice cream with a fork too. Right? Right? But because people like to eat rice with a fork, this seems perfectly understandable. Stupid, but understandable. It stared up to the sky with a faraway expression. You checked, but didn't see anything attention-grabbing. Ah, is he seeing aliens? I would like him to see aliens. This ice cream is better than those ones in cups, you know, with the little wooden spoons. But I still kind of want that instead. Aw, he's having a memory to the fireworks. You remember what kind he was talking about? Oh yeah, like the ones handed out at the barbecue before the fireworks happened? Right? Ko smiled nostalgically at the thought. You could picture a younger Cobb for a moment with the same look in his eyes. You asked him if you could have a bite of his dessert. Since we're talking about that time, could I have a bite of yours again? Cobb raised his eyebrows for a half a second before the realization came. Laughter burst out of him. Yeah, I remember that part too. That blush, so cute. It was cut into ice cream chunks, I can see it. Smooth brain go brr, brr. Rise to the fork sounds difficult, right? Right? Rise to the fork sounds nightmarish. It sounds ridiculous. Why would people do it? And yet they do it. People eat rice with fork. Apparently it's just normal to do that here. And I just find it extremely annoying. Fucking rice with fork. I remember that part too, with a huge blush. You told him you were serious. You laughed along with him. Really, Kovac, let's share. He rubbed his neck, leaning back in his seat. He was taken aback and even more bashful. There's no hearse to be found here, I promise? Uh-huh, I'm sure there isn't, Trekkie. Well, I've already started eating it, so you probably shouldn't try now. It's different, we're kids, and yeah, sorry. They went to get my cooties? Different how? In what way? 2 or 3, guys. 2 or 3. Two is great, but 3 is oblivious. You're like, I don't understand what you're talking about. Why would you not want to let me taste your ice cream? Right? Okay, I haven't backtracked today, but I want to see both and choose the best one. Corey! He spoke with a terser tone. You were testing him. Gulp. And he looked at you and then your respective dessert plates. He scooped up some of his cake and ice cream mix into his fork and passed it over. His face was disbelieving, as if even he was surprised he was doing this. You smiled. Thanks, Cobb. Alright. Different? How? In what way? Corey? Oh. Literally the same. Okay. Alright, actually, literally the same responses. Miranda then started to open her gifts. She systematically attacked the mountain of presents like a pro. She checked for any cards and read them loudly before opening a gift. Probably have implications on the mind? Possible. She smiled at every present, including the ones you and Cobb got her. You were glad the presents were accepted. It took time, but eventually, Miranda got through all the gifts. She was very sweet and polite. Throughout it all. The party went until the sun began to set. By that point, most everything had settled down and people had begun to leave. Any of the guests whose parents had stayed for the party were already gone. except for Miranda's family. Only a few kids, still waiting for their parents to come get them, remained, you and Cobb included. Miranda's family were cleaning up, and as a guest, neither you nor Cobb were supposed to help with that. Instead, you both had decided to take it easy in the bouncy castle. It was somewhere out of the way, where you could casually wait for your ride. Miranda had also elected to hang out with you. You weren't even bouncing anymore. Cobb laid on his side, with his back to the wall, and Miranda sat across from him with her legs stretched out. You also made yourself comfortable. It was nice and warm in the little building. It also felt like you had some privacy, which was nice. You could all speak openly here. Thanks for coming. She looked down but continued shyly. It's been really cool to get to hang out with you a little bit. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't think I'd be invited. Thanks for me too. I wasn't expecting it either. Happy I could come. 1 or 2, guys. I'm thinking 2. 1? You want 1? 1? Alright, let's go with 1. Miranda just smiled a little more. She so has a crush on at least one of us. Like earlier we could have said, oh, she's overwhelmed by so many people. But now it's the end. There's not many people anymore. And she's still blushing. Why not both? You know what? I accept that. I'm good with that. Bring her in. OT3 is good. So, did you notice anything happening earlier? With some people you don't know showing up? She had to think about his question a little. It was apparent that she didn't have an encounter with Jeremy, since there was no instant recognition. I heard about something. Some other parents were talking to my parents when their kid came and forced them to leave the park. She tilted her head to the side, finding it weird but also not important. Having thoughts on how big the hypothetical pulley ran? Okay. Then everyone had cake and ice cream. Cole smiled uncomfortably. That's good. He was clearly worried that the Jeremy confrontation could have gotten to her. Luckily, it didn't seem that anyone had overheard or passed along Jeremy's cruel words. Cobb rolled over on his back and sighed contentedly. Miranda seemed confused, but wasn't going to push. You got up and started bouncing again. What do you think, guys? 1, 2, 3, or 4? These are all interesting. As for the pulley route, let me see. You, us, really? Cobb, Derek, and Baxter, right? Now, Derek and Baxter are 100. Oh, 1 second. Fuck me. No, it did not. 1 second. At least it's all on my shirt, not my chair. I'll be right back. I need to go rinse off. Oh, and it's on the floor too. Cool. That's great. Love it. Let's use our socks. Wake up. Oh, pour beer. Get a party foul. Drop beer. Room's gonna smell like beer. Get back. back. I'm not back. Let's go. I told her about your deal? Alright, I'm okay with that. What code means is that a rude kid showed up as a party crasher. It's okay though, we got rid of him. Miranda's eyes widened and Cobb winced. You shot him a look. It happened at her party after all. Miranda deserved to know.
What happened?
What happened? You outlined the whole tale while Miranda listened attentively. She was a good audience. She reacted in all the right places and asked questions as needed. The storytelling continued until it was time to go home. At the end of the day, you thought it had been quite the party. Alright. Escapade, soiree, and road trip. I am 100% convinced that I want road trip to be the end. Soiree? What do you... That was juice. I also have juice. Okay. You whiled away the morning doing whatever struck your fancy. And now? Pineapple. And I actually don't know what this is in English. Maracuya? Whatever maracuya is in English. You whiled away the morning, doing whatever struck your fancy, and now you're recharging with lunch. And it's pretty good, yeah. With nothing on the horizon, you were free to spend as much, or as little, time on your plate as you wanted. But what? Oh, not on the horizon. It was while you were thinking of all the possibilities for your afternoon that your moms approached you. Hi, Curry. You okay? Mouthful, you nodded in reply. To your surprise, they both sat with you at the table. Based on the time, you had wondered if they were joining you for a meal, but neither of them brought anything.
Alright.
Great. We wanted to have a little chat with you. The qualifier little did nothing to downplay the situation. Your chewing slowed as your eyes widened, looking from one parent to the other. Anything that required both of them to talk to you must be something big. It was unsettling. You perked up, irritated at the interruption. It was unsettling. You didn't like being the only one not knowing what was going on. So much churning, you waited for them to fill you in. Aw, don't look so worried. It's nothing scary, promise. There's a soiree at the Cypress tomorrow night. Your ma and I are going. The Cypress was the country club your moms were part of, and where Elizabeth played golf. It seemed like every other month they had some event or another, all with fancy names like soiree. You know, country clubs sound like they'd be fun. Expensive, but fun. And this one bubbled over as well. Chewing your lip, you wonder what this had to do with you. Mom chuckled at your poorly concealed reaction. Leaning in, Matt took your hand and squeezed it. We've decided to make the night a bit special. Elizabeth is going to be allowed to stay home fully alone for the first time.
Sorry.
You'll still be coming to the party with us. It's Elizabeth night. Party with no family around. Not yours. Sorry. You've got to wait a couple more years. What's the soiree going to be like? The usual. Well, mostly. We wanted to make it a special night for you, too. So we got something a little extra planned. It was unexpected. Interested, you listened. Your parents shared a look across the table. You cleared your throat, reminding them that you were waiting. You couldn't keep dropping such hints and then turned coy when the conversation was about to get good.
Well,
Since it's a pretty fancy party that's still chaperoned, and attendees are allowed to bring a guest, we thought it might be a nice opportunity for you to invite someone yourself as a date, if you want. Your eyes widened as words sunk in. Your moms took advantage of your uncharacteristic silence to continue filling you in on the event. Even though we'll be at the party too, you don't need to worry about us getting in your way. You'll be free to eat, dance, and enjoy the music as you see it. Why would they have anyone in mind? I know, right? I hear they're full of snowy rich people who are disconnected from reality. That, Trekkie, that sounds like an excellent target-rich environment. But no leaving the property. Ma nodded at Mom's interjection.
isn't that great?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the party. And if you'd rather bring just a friend, that's a-okay too. That's amazing. You must have lit up because your parents shared an amused look again. To whom it may concern.
Don't worry about it.
The soiree isn't until tomorrow, so you've got time. Just let us know your plans before we're heading out. And that's all. We'll leave you to your lunch now. Your moms rose from the chair in unison, disappearing to another part of the house. You barely noticed their departure. All you could think of was what had just happened. So here's one thing that sort of passes by without noticing. We're country club kids, so the moms are well off. Nice. From the Wikipedia description, you shouldn't be surprised. Yep. The remnants of your lunch stared up at you from your plate. Felt that you should finish, had lost, you were glad to go back to eating. Look, food is delicious, okay? You wolfed down the rest of your food, clearing your plate as you thought about how you'd like to spend tomorrow evening. Even though you'd relocated to your bedroom, your head was stuck on the conversation that had unfolded at the dining table downstairs. You knew that having someone come as a friend would be best. You wanted it to be a date. The prospect of having your first date made it impossible to sit still. You couldn't help but jiggle your food as you laid on your bed, contemplating the possibility. That night, the night being a date would mean actually asking someone out. The little you knew of that came from what you'd seen on TV and movies, and what you'd heard from kids at school. Your moms hadn't even entertained the idea of you dating until now. You went over possible words and phrases in your head, setting up scenarios and smooth segues. By the way, that's the correct pronunciation of this word, segues, before tearing them down and trying something else. You realized that you'd been mentally scripting Cobb as the one you were asking. It had been his name repeating inside your mind, his face lighting up as you invited him to join you. I wonder why they went ahead and did it this way and invited us and told you to invite someone. Can I that enough from the Philippines? I think being rich is a prerequisite for that. Yeah, fair enough. You buried your face in your pillow, not wanting to continue after noticing. Laughed awkwardly, smiling. You closed your eyes at the radium crystallizing in your head. What do you think, guys? What do you think? Is this down bad? I know, right? Two? We're still in denial? Three? Couldn't help but find it funny how the idea of possible romance made your thoughts go to him so effortlessly. You grew up as friends, and technically, that's what you still were, but there was no way. There was no way to hide what you really thought about him from yourself. You wouldn't be able to stop thinking of him even if you wanted to, and you didn't. Sighing, you shifted position on the bed, resting your arms on the windowsill. A flock of birds caught your eye and led your gaze as they crossed the sky. You watched the birds grow smaller and less distinct until they disappeared from sight. Like the snap of a hypnotist's fingers, you were released from the trance and left with a goal of your own. You were going to go take a walk. You ambled through the familiar streets of your neighborhood, picking your path at a whim. It was as quiet as ever, with tourists choosing to congregate in a shopping area near the beach, rather than venture into the sleepy residential zones. You continued down the road and soon found yourself at the shore. The fresh salty air hit your first, rolling to meet you over the grassy dunes that tickled your legs, followed by the familiar view of the sea stretching out across the horizon. You came to a halt. A lone figure was standing in the ocean, the water reaching up to his knees. Though he had his back to you, you recognized the familiar silhouette as Cobb's. It made sense that you'd find him here. He always was in his element by the sea. You had no idea if he heard your arrival or if it was a coincidence, but he looked over his shoulder. Your eyes met. What can we say? It was fate. He confidently headed over. Oh. Smiled, waved, called out, nervously headed over, confidently headed over. Denial, but confident. You hadn't known you'd find Cope out in the wild, but since you had definitely wanted to make the most of it. You definitely wanted to make the most of it. You stood over to him without hesitation. Cope smiled at you, bathed in the soft light of the afternoon sun. Confident dumbass flirt? Yes! With his hair gently tousled by the sea breeze, he looked especially charming. He then fully turned around and began to wade through the water over to the shore. You wanted him to get to you already. You could hardly wait to talk about this. You hoped he took his time. One or three? Okay. 1, 2. Two. Flip the coin. I flipped the coins and 2 was really relaxed after running into him. It just felt nice to have come across Cope right at this moment. The question of whether to invite him, and if so, in what fashion, was in front of you, between leaping into a world unknown or enjoying the safety of the familiar.
Corey.
Oh, okay. Hey Curry, are you free right now? Not exactly. My moms are taking me to a soiree tomorrow at the country club. It was kind of a strange segue. Correct pronunciation. Segue. But he wanted to get right to the point. A soiree, huh? Sounds exciting. He was smiling politely, but you could tell that your outing mention hadn't sparked much interest. That didn't come as much of a surprise to you. Soiree? Really? Huh. Alright, let's go with soiree. Damn French. Formal affairs and big gatherings were some of his least favorite things, but you were sure he'd attend if you were the one who invited him. He only had to do it. Cope tilted his head curiously at you. Make it a date. Soiree? Cope continued to watch you expectantly. It was kind of thrilling to keep him in suspense. Corey? Cope? I want you to be my date for the party. Do you want to go on a date with me? My parents said it would be alright if I brought a date, and... Would you go to the party with me as a practice date? Nah. We're confident, remember? Denial, but confident. Sorry? No. Not practice date. We already faced the fact that it's, we don't do practice. We commit or not at all. This is not at all. But commit or not at all. We already committed, so we commit. You spoke your thoughts clearly. Caught off guard, he lifted his hand in front of his chest out of surprise, then he packed them down in a cross over his chest. He twisted his face to the side, no longer able to meet your eyes. He still couldn't hide the flush on his cheeks.
Oh my God.
Are you serious? Yes, and it would be great if you gave me an answer. Does he get a six-pack later? I hope so. His lips were pressed tightly together, preventing any more words from slipping out. You could tell that he was nervous, but that was always easy to pick up on with him. After another moment, he inclined his head, dipping it in a nod so slight that you might have missed it had you been able to tear your eyes from him. Oh my God. No hug resolution. I would have gone for the hug. Yeah, I agree. Bit disappointed. I'm gonna... She sat down bad. This is bring the poor boy. When he's just saying, "You're welcome." Cope closed his eyes, trapped in his handwork pose. He was gripping his arm so tightly that the skin around his knuckles was fully taut. Cope, have you stopped breathing? Cope exhaled at last, leaning out aside that stretched into another tense silence. His hands loosened. His arms stayed closed over his chest, but he was no longer clutching them like a shield. And both their parents were sheeping them? They didn't want to be the one to break the quiet. Thanks, Curry. I guess I'm gonna have to tell my dad and mom too. Alright, let's go back. Yay. Cope closed his eyes, stepping in an upward pose. Okay, really? Okay. Oh, so literally the same. Okay. And mom too. Right. I've gotta let my moms know you're coming. Can you come with me? Yeah. It was a relief that he'd thought enough to manage speech again. You hoped that by the time you got to your house, you'd be able to manage full sentences once more. Cope went to where he'd discarded his things in the sand, tugging a shirt over his head and slipping on a pair of shoes before joining you in and setting off home. The two of you stepped inside the front door of your house. Where's Baxter? Did you meet Baxter in this? Where do we meet Baxter? So remember, you can take Baxter to the soiree. Soiree? But I mean, obviously I wouldn't, but you can. And I remember doing that just to see what happened. But I didn't have the DLC and I did it. Whatever. But your stomach had never turned quite like this on the previous occasions. It was an action you'd taken together countless times, but your stomach had never churned quite like this on previous occasions. At the sound of the door opening, your mom poked her head into the hall.
Hello.
That fucking smile. Ah, I see. Hello. That fucking smile. Look at that smile. She fucking knows what's coming. She fucking knows what's going to happen now. Ah, Cobb. It's you. What a surprise. What a fucking surprise. Surprise. Sure. Yeah, that's what's happening. Here, if you died on the bird. Excuse me, what? Give me 1 second. I just saw a ping from my Evil Online Alliance. Did you fuckers go out on burgers? Call to arms. Fleet. Imperium. Info. SRP. If you died on the burgers, SRP. What the fuck happened? Sequel. So I play even line. I haven't been playing lately, but burgers are like, you know how Gundams are a step above regular mobile suits, right? Burgers are a step above battleships the way Gundams are about regular mobile suits, right? What's the alliance name? No, Barger, not Barguest. Anyways, she chuckled at her. What a surprise, yeah. Oh god, yeah, we're definitely her entertainment. She chuckled at her own joke. Cope was always there, and she knew how close the two of you were. Bringing anyone other than him back would have been an actual surprise. Sounds concerning? A little bit, yeah. And also, like, I hate it because I kind of would have wanted to be in on it, even if we lost. Burgers are the sort of shit that even if you lose it, it's fun to take out on a fleet. Bring anyone other than him would have been an actual surprise. Hi, Mrs. McPlan, it's nice to see you. So, I take it Cope's going to be our guest for tomorrow night? Yep, he's a lucky guy. Oh, come on, you cannot tell me that he would not blush if we called him the lucky guy. And what kind of outing will it be? Her voice was hesitant but serious. Okay. Cope ducked his head down reflexively, but you knew that he'd figured out what she was driving at. Do what for the reaction? It's a date. You know what it is? What does it look like? Ooh. You couldn't bring yourself to speak. Oh, bring someone else for the reaction? Yeah. I'm gonna check all of them because I kind of want to know. Let's start with 4. Mom interpreted your mutual silence and nodded in understanding. She wore a wispy smile. Ma is gonna be thrilled about this. Cope tilted his head back up just slightly. He peeked through the longer strands of his hair. Just her, Mrs. Miss Plant? Okay, the boy is already looking for the parental approval. Good, good. And if you had not been able to see his wide worried eyes, you'd have heard the anxiety in his voice. Your mom sighed and patted him on the arm. Oh, Cobb, you're a great kid. Most parents hope their kid meets such a special person someday. She glanced at Asai, a wry expression on her face. Someday is a real keyword there. Aww, kids are growing up. She turned back to you both. But you just had to move in, right across the street, at 80 years old. That fucking smile. That fucking smile. Look at her. Look at the fucking face here. Mom crouched down, shaking her head, and put a hand on each of Cobb's shoulders.
Okay.
Cobb, I hope you're planning on being very good to Cory. And I'm not just talking about tomorrow night. She nudged him playfully in the cheek with a fist. Cobb, who had been blushing when all this began, was now red as an heirloom tomato. Okay, yeah, I was, well. Making him uncomfortable, stop embarrassing me, you don't have to worry, you don't have to worry. Cobb's definitely going to be good for me. Come on, Cobb. What kind of armor service is that? Holy shit, for Cobb. Alright, back. What does it look like? You know what it is. What does it look like? She could be so embarrassing sometimes. Thankfully, she spared you any follow-up questions and nodded in understanding. She wore a wistful smile. Alright. You know what it is? Mom nodded in understanding. She wore a wistful smile. It's a date. Alright, they're literally all the same. Okay. Not as biting as Kira, but still fun. Yes. Which one do you guys want? Oh shit. 2? You know what it is? I'm also partial to 2. Mom nodded in understanding. She wore a wistful smile. Just her. That fucking smile was so good.
Okay.
Blushing as red as an heirloom tomato. Yeah, I guess. Alright, so now we have you're making him comfortable. Stop embarrassing me. You don't have to worry. You don't have to worry. Definitely going to be good to me. What kind of answer was that? I'm gonna try first this one. You spoke through a jokey grin. This is important. We're going on a date. You need more conviction. He didn't speak further. His eyes looked down on his shuffling feet as he rubbed the scar on his arm. The redness remained intact. Okay, we're put Cobb through the ringer enough. The big day isn't even here yet. You laughed and nodded along. There was still plenty of time to have fun. I'll give your folks a call and get everything squared away. Okay? You don't have to worry. Cobb's definitely going to be good to me. There was a teasing tone to your voice. Between you and your mom, Cobb was defenseless. Cobb, he didn't speak for it. Okay. You don't have to worry. It was so obvious you didn't get why mom bothered to ask. Oh, I like this answer. Stop embarrassing me. You covered your eyes with your hands, wishing it had been Ma down here when you'd come home. Then again, Ma would have been just as embarrassing, but in a different way. She might even have cried. You're making him uncomfortable. You cross your arms over your chest in front of your mom. Was she trying to scare Cobb off before you'd even had a chance to go out with him? Alright guys, which one do you want? I'm partial to 3. I'm partial to 3. Yeah. I love beer. It's so good. It's like if I were religious, I would say that beer would be proof of a benevolent, all-powerful creator, but I'm not. So I won't say that, because I don't believe that. Alright, so good. 1, but okay with 3? You like 6 yourself? Oh, okay. Teasing him, defending him, certain in him, right? Because yeah, like there's, so these answers all jump from one end to another, right? You're making him uncomfortable, you're defending him, right? Come on, Cobb, what kind of answer was that? You're teasing him, right? Stop embarrassing me is in between. And you don't have to worry, Cobb is definitely going to be good to me. You are defending him, but also teasing him. And in the middle, you don't have to worry. You're just certain. You're confident. You know that he's going to treat you right, regardless of anything else. You trust him, and I'm gonna live with that. It was so obvious that you didn't get why Mom had bothered to ask. The redness remained intact, even as he didn't say anything else and shuffled in place. Alright, okay, I've put Cope through the ringer enough. The big day isn't even here yet. You wonder if that meant she intended to give a repeat of this performance tomorrow. You were afraid to find out. I'll give your folks a call and get everything squared away. She headed off to get the phone, leaving the two of you alone. Cope's eyes darted to you and he showed you a quick, delicate smile before staring at the ground again. I'm gonna go across the street. Talk to my parents. Alright, see you tomorrow. Bye, Cobe. You retreated from your home's entryway without another word. And the rest of the afternoon passed by just like that. Back in your room, your mind was alight with visions of tomorrow night. The soiree? So, soiree or soiree? Was something. But not nearly as exciting as going on your first date. I bet you the first thing he says when you come back, when he gets back home is, Mom, Dad, I need an adult. That's funny. You're thrilled that Cope had actually said yes, that he was your genuine invite to a party. You hugged your knees to your chest, overawed by the thought that night couldn't come soon enough. The evening of the soiree had arrived, the daylight hours having slipped away in a blur. Up in your bedroom, you were getting ready for the big event. That was your intention, at least. But you hadn't settled on an outfit. Stationed in front of your wardrobe, you scanned over the clothing you had at your disposal. Though Ma had mentioned this event was a bit dressier than a normal get-together, you didn't necessarily have to comply. You wondered how Cope might feel about your outfit, casual, formal. I'm gonna go with 3 here. You couldn't help but consider how he would respond to the way you were dressed. Would he like seeing you dressed all fancy? Or would it reinforce the weirdness of the situation? Your mind drifted across the street. Was Cope going through the same steps right now? Staring at his wardrobe and trying to decide what to wear? You had no idea if he would dress up for the occasion himself, or if he'd wear his usual attire. It would be so much easier if you knew what he was going to do. You wanted to impress, didn't want to look stupid, didn't want to come across as too excited, didn't want to look like you were taking it. 5. It's gonna be 5. Come on. Like, yeah, 2 is great, it's good. 1 is fine, but we're confident, so 1 doesn't work. Right? 3 and 4 don't work because we're confident. But 5 is just perfect. Change the game. If you want him to see you in a new light, it has to be formal. You attempted to decide between the nicer pieces in your wardrobe, the ones that rarely had a chance to come out. You decided to dress formally because you felt like you had to. You honestly like dressing up, or dressing to impress, with things you want to use, you want to make happy. You were dressing to impress him, essentially. Fashion was a competitive sport. That is true, actually. It is actually a competitive sport. I mean, sure, you can discuss whether it's a sport or not, but the competitive part is not in question. Just like the golf tournaments the club hosted, you might not walk out with a trophy at the end. Sure you do, you walk out with Cove, but you still had every intention of winning. To start, you decided to wear... Okay. Super femme, middle of the road, or butch dress. The one you picked was light and had sheen. The silky material seemed to glide through your fingers as you took it from the wardrobe. It was a perfect fit for a summer evening party. I'm not going butch. You began to get dressed, your fingers working stiff zips and awkward fastenings. It felt different against your skin, reminding you with every movement that you were dressed up. Whatever happened tonight, you're pleased that you gotten the opportunity to wear this. Now dressed, you gave yourself a final glance over before heading downstairs. Sorry about that. I said butch. What did you hear? Did you hear bitch? Because I could see that happening. There was a time in when I was in college. This was before my English was as good as it is now. I was presenting something with a classmate with, quite honestly, one of the best friends I've ever had. And I really miss him. I was presenting, we were presenting together. At the time, as I said, my English wasn't as good. So I said, focus, right? Focus, as opposed to focus, right? Because as far as I was concerned, the pronunciation was focus, or something like that, right? It sounded more like fuck us than focus. And I remember the class, the entire fucking class just laughed and giggled. And I didn't get it, I didn't understand. And then at the end, I was like, dude, what the fuck, why? And he explained it, and I was like, no, nah, you're crazy, that's not true, that's not what happened. And it was funny. It's a core memory. And I really miss that guy. Oh shit. Damn, beer overflowed. A second. Okay, whatever fell over was not my beer, so I don't care. 1 second. But yeah, I really miss that guy. Now dressed, you give yourself a final glance over before heading downstairs, ready to head out. You find your mom's already waiting in the living room. They were putting the finishing touches on their outfits. Ma strapping her heel into a stiletto shoe, and Mom trying to fasten a bracelet single-handed. Nice! I like Mom's outfit the best though. Black is great. They looked up as you entered. Oh, Corey, you look so nice. Don't you think, Pam?
Thanks.
Thanks for dressing up, Corey. I hope the party will be prepared for your arrival. You look sharp. Mom was still struggling with the bracelet. You lent the hand, literally, by taking one side and holding it as she secured the clasp. But yeah, I mean, presenting masculinely. But yeah, no, I mean, technically, traditionally, as far as I know, presenting butch would include a button-up shirt, as opposed to a blouse, which technically can also be button-up, but it's a different style, right? Different style of button-up shirt than what we normal for a more femme look. Alright. Mom then glanced over at the clock on the wall. Seeing where the hands were pointing, a frown creased her face. When's Cobb going to be here, do you know? Soon, probably, not sure. Picking him up, I'll go get him. He's getting here at 7. I'll go get him. Oh yeah? She raised her eyebrows, a bird green replacing the earlier frown. That's very polite of you. Go sweep him off his feet. We want to leave in 10 minutes. Okay. Cope's house was mere seconds away from yours, making the warning unnecessary. But you dutifully went out. Despite the fact that you're shorter than him? I know, right? But hey, we're muscular, so there might be a possibility of actually sweeping him off his feet. After crossing the street, you found yourself at Cope's very familiar front door. You rang the bell, whose chime was lodged in your head from all the times you rung it over the years. Though unlike usual, Cope's mom, Kira, was the one who answered it this night.
Come on.
Hi, Curry, come on in. She beckoned you inside, as if she was so excited to see you that words alone weren't enough. Thanks for coming. The boys will be right down. They're just in Cope's room. I can call them if you want. Can I go check? You went over to Cope's room to check yourself. 3 or 4 guys, what do you think? I'm leaning towards 4. Kira laughed. Alright then, I'm sure you know the way. You headed down the short hallway towards Cope's room. The door was ajar. Alright, he cleans up nice. Look at that. Peeking inside, you spotted Cope and his dad, standing close together. Cope's usual beach-ready clothes had been replaced with a prim set of formal wear. You smoothed your own clothes. You dressed up too. Now you just had to hope that your careful consideration would pay off, and Cope would approve of the look. You already know that, but it's interesting to see him in formal wear. True, true. Mr. Holden was bent over Cope's arm, fiddling with the buttons at the end of the shirt sleeves. He didn't appear to be having much success. You're gonna have such a fun time. No, wait, that voice. You're gonna have such a fun time. Just relax and enjoy the night. It's going to be great. He continued twisting the buttons without making progress. As he continued, insisting how much of a good time Cobb was going to have, you wonder which of them he was trying to reassure. Cobb grimaced and spoke in a fragile voice. Not until we finish eavesdropping. Dad, can you stop? You're making me nervous. Mr. Holden laughed quietly, still bent over Cobb's arm. The pep talk had the opposite effect, with his own anxiety rubbing off on his son. Sorry. This is, well, I don't know. But it's not like you weren't plenty nervous already. Without any help from your old dad, worrying is the only option I was given. Cobb was transparently even less happy after that observation, pulling his sleep away. He went after the stubborn final button himself. Hi, ready to roll? The face of surprise from the dad. Just like, oh shit. Mr. Holden turned up at your sudden greeting. He flashed you a wink. Yeah, 100% worth it. Hey Kirk, it's great that you came. We'll be out in a minute. Feeling Cobb's eyes on you, you hung back a moment. He didn't seem to be able to find words to express whatever it was he was thinking. Though, does that comma go there? Tough to say. Tough. So, you nodded and took your leave. You returned to the living room. Kira nestled in the sofa, perked up at your arrival. How are they getting on? They're coming.
Noted.
Then we're waiting. Take a seat. A short while later, Mr. Holden strolled into the room, giving you a wave. Cobb pulled his face into a smile. As you reciprocated, the tension in his face faded away. You watched him taking in your outfit, swallowing and grinning at you again. Hi, Curry. Cobb, fancy seeing you here. He opened his mouth to speak more, then paused. Cobb checked the time using a clock hanging on a sidewall and addressed his parents. We've got to go. Even if there hadn't been time for a real discussion, he felt relieved at the positive reaction. He abruptly headed towards the door.
Come on.
Where's the fire? Isn't there something you want to do before leaving for the dance? Cobb froze, wincing at the call-out, while his dad continued to smile encouragingly. Curious, you watched Cobb expectantly. It was hard to imagine what he would want to do before heading out, or what you'd have time for. Your mom's warning about not taking too long echoed in the back of your mind.
Come on.
We can do that later. Right? Right. Sorry, forgot I said anything. Have a blast, you two. I'll return your son in mint condition. See you. Okay, so no hanky-panky. Right? Mint condition means no changes. So nothing too spicy happens, okay guys? You followed Cobb into the street. Cobb sighed, wrapping his hand across his forehead. Seeing the look on your face, he shook his head.
It's okay.
I'm fine, it's nothing. That was good news. You didn't think Cobb would get much fun out of a party if he went in already feeling bad. But it didn't explain his actions, or his dad's teasing question. What was your dad on about? His expression grew pain, his brows creased and his mouth furrowed as he avoided meeting you in the eyes. You might have gotten worried, if not for the flush coloring his face. He's just embarrassed. Again, present tense. And we are already in past. He was just embarrassed. Was. Okay, so. Therapy, you say, is Corey the only one who doesn't get it? There are two Corys right now who don't get it. What am I missing here? No, I know she doesn't get it. I don't get it either. What am I missing here? Why is he acting like this? Nerves? I guess? Cobb drew himself up before responding. Oh, no, but I mean, like... Cobb's... Dad's been making a big deal out of everything ever since he found out about this. He gestured vaguely between him and you. How I'm dressed, how I should prepare, what was going to happen. He even looked up the precise definition of soiree in 2 dictionaries, in case one was wrong. I didn't realize you had to do homework for this party. He wanted to make sure I would know what to do at 1, so after he figured it out, he made sure to tell me about it. He exhaled, smiling sheepishly.
Don't worry about
Sorry for complaining. It's not your fault. It's not really his fault either. It's okay. Thanks. I was trying to get somewhere with that. Both my mom and dad insisted that, since this is He paused, pushing the hair back from his burning face, and forced himself to continue. It's a date, and kind of a fancy party. I needed to bring something. For you. For inviting me. The conclusion of the story caught you by surprise. You blinked, unsure if you'd slacked too much on your own preparations for tonight. You got me a present?
That's...
Not really, just this. Cope reached behind himself to take something out of her back pocket. I mean, technically speaking, he is the one getting taken to a date by his crush. Right? Because we invited him. Cope reached behind himself to take something out of his back pocket. His hand returned to view, with him holding a single, small white poppy by the stem. Cope threw his gaze to the floor, shyly inching his hand closer to you. It's my favorite. It twitched ever so slightly. Was that on purpose? You remembered my favorite flower and got one for me? His voice cracked under the strain of being confronted on what he had done. Yeah, that's what I did. I'm sorry I didn't get you anything. Thank you, Cope. Love the conversation. You're so wonderful. Wonderful, right? You're so wonderful. It's gotta be that. He sputtered a weak laugh. Out of sheer anxiousness rather than humor. I'm not. You're the one who... No, I think you are. Okay. He didn't have it in him to continue this conversation. He knew that meant not being able to refute your assessment. Then, you accepted the flower from him. Cope straightened himself out in response. So, we're gonna be late if we keep standing here. Right, we better hurry. You returned home, Cope in tow. Your moms welcomed you back. You'd expected them to pile you back outside immediately, but the urge was momentarily stifled as it caught sight of the flower clasped in your hand. Thankfully, other than sharing an infuriatingly knowing smile, they took it in stride and didn't say anything. Those bitches. Mom's smug look vanished as she caught sight of the clock. Purpose remembered, her mom's whisked you out of once more. Into the car, and off to your destination. You pulled up at the country club. The sun had sunk deep into the horizon, the last of its light sleepily warming the oncoming night. Your mom's led the way to the sperries around the back, where the event was being held. The place had been transformed through decoration, with smart tablecloths and elegant ribbons contributing to a festive atmosphere. The musicians, dressed in matching black and white, were setting up their instruments and flicking through pages of sheet music. And, as promised, there was a table covered in plates of carefully prepared food. Destination reached, your parents rounded on you and Cobb. Things haven't kicked off yet, but don't let that stop you from enjoying yourselves.
Fun.
Have fun. We'll be around if you need us.
See you later.
See ya. Bye. Cobb waved your moms off as they retreated a distance away. You found him watching you expectantly. What now? It wasn't a question, but a plea for help. You could tell that he definitely didn't know what to do with himself in this situation. We'll have to wait for some things to start. Like the band. But there's stuff going on already. Cobb perked up at that.
Really?
Oh? Do you want to do any of those? Whatever they are? What do you think, guys? I'm thinking snacks. Just snacks. You know, food. I'm sadly out of beer. We can go eat some food now, even if the music hasn't started yet.
Oh?
It's okay. It's not too soon. Yeah, I didn't like these parties because of the free food. You just come for the free food. Yep, I wonder what they'll have this time. No one mind, really. You simply nodded. 1, 3, or 4. I'm thinking... Thinking 4. Okay. The two of you wandered over to the refreshment table. With it being early in the night, it had barely been touched, and the plates were nearly as pristine as when they had left the kitchens. The offerings were all tiny and bite-sized, ready to be picked up and sampled. It was immediately apparent that there was plenty to choose from. Just from the level of care with which it was presented, it was clear that this was fancy stuff. Cobb stared at one plate, then another, confused. I think I know some of this? I don't grouse, only some of it is any good, and this is good stuff. Look. Vary it for me, but generally speaking, rich people food is really good. So I'm going with this is good stuff. Is it? Yeah! You picked one of the nearby morsels and presented it in front of Cobb to observe. Hit and miss? Maybe. It looks like a slice of the world's smallest loaf of beef with stuff on top. What, like beef Wellington? It has to be small, so you've got room to try lots of different things. Cobb's eyes were wide as you guided him through what was an offer. It made you feel sophisticated. Cobb squared his shoulders as if gearing up for a match. His stance was familiar from all the times you'd seen him preparing for some sporting event. I'm gonna try it. Oh, a serious face. He picked up a plate and took one appetizer, then another, and another. Soon, you realize he was taking one of every single type. There's no price for eating it all. You only gotta take the things you want. I know what I want, so I'm figuring it out. You join him in sampling everything. You gotta stand by him. And, food. You might be stuffed afterwards, but that was a problem for your future self. Yeah. Screw future me, what has she ever done for me? But that was, right now you were going to enjoy the feast to the fullest. Fullest, not the full. Fullest. Cobb nibbled his way through everything the Cypress had. The results of his endeavor were mixed. He was revolted by some of the things he tried, openly screwing up his face and rushing to find a drink to wash the taste away. Yet, these bad expressions didn't stop him from plowing on, moving on to the next snack with an open mind. There were some foods he was neutral about, dismissing them with a shrug. But best of all were his reactions when he stumbled across something good. Each time it caught him by surprise, his expression morphing from worry, curiosity, to skeptical interest before making way for astonished enjoyment. Regardless of how he felt about what he was currently eating, you could tell he was having a good time, just being free to eat whatever he laid his eyes on. You thought that was nice too. After going through a round of sampling, munching on refreshment, you move to something else. Introduce people in the country club. I know most of these people because I've been brought here a lot over the years. You can meet them. Sure. They'll all want to know about a mysterious guest. It'll be cool. I'm not really mysterious, and I'll be even less mysterious if you introduce me. That just made you laugh. You beckon for him to follow you and meet the other guests. Most of the attendees skewed significantly older, but considerably younger than the two of you, with only a few people around your age. Naturally, Cobb greeted them with his easy warmth. Not that there weren't any difficulties. Sorry, could you repeat your name? It's Cobb. Cobb? They wrote the word over their tongues, clearly surprised. How unusual, but lovely, of course. As you'd expected. There was interest in who you'd brought to the party, and what your relationship with him was. Corey, good to see you. This is your date? Blush. He's blushing. What does it look like? Of course he is. A second. Cobb winced over the declaration. That got a good laugh from the group. Hopefully, Cobb would be able to look you in the eye sometime in the next hour or so. Ah, poor boy. Cobb winced over... Still, some people focus on the important things. How you were dressed. No, that's not the important thing. The important thing is him. Don't you look snappy in that outfit? You've scrubbed up well. With the basic niceties taken care of, you... Move on to something else to pass the time. You took a seat to relax. We should pick out a table. Okay. You found a place to sit on the edge of the party area, where it was quieter, with fewer people bustling around. You pulled out a chair and sat down. Cobb, already seated, was stretching. You didn't put out our seat for us. I'm disappointed. A little bit. You didn't put out our seat for us. He's perfect in every other way. What do I care? These clothes are kind of uncomfortable. He flexed an arm at the elbow, frowning, before twisting it back behind him. Yeah? My arms can move the same as normal. Like I'm gonna rip it if I do anything. Okay. Okay. So, we gotta assume that Cobb's shirt is properly fitted. That is to say, he got the correct size for his shoulders and arm length. If that is the case, and he is still feeling kind of bound by the shirt, this means that he's fucking ripped. Right? That he's got muscle. I'm gonna rip it if I do anything. I think it suits you. It's the worst unminded. What do you think, guys? Personally, suits him, definitely. I'm partial to suits him as well. Compliment him. Really? Oh, okay, thanks. Hey Quintus, welcome to the stream. He toyed around one cuff of his shirt, wedging a finger between the fabric and his skin. Watching him struggling with his clothes, you thought back to how apprehensive you'd been about selecting your outfit. I had a really hard time choosing what I was gonna wear. You did? I can see you looking bad no matter what. Okay. He's got a smooth tongue. But I know what you mean. Cobb breezed past the high praise he had casually given and looked forlornly down at his outfit. I felt really weird doing something like for this, too. Did your moms tell you what to wear? This was all me. Yeah, I should have known. Look at that smile. Look at that face. Look at the look he's giving us. He smirked and settled down in his seat, just a bit. Now that you had a spot of your own, let's chat with Cobb. Of course. There's nothing else to do, right? Yeah, there's nothing else to do. So Cobb. In no time at all, the sun set in full. The lights faded in, and the opening notes of the band's first song rang out. You and Cobb stopped what you were doing, turning to contemplate the party that had been steadily unfurling while you were distracted. It was much busier now, both in terms of people and activity. The first steps were taken onto the dance floor, some tentative, others eager. And even if the band hadn't been playing, the constant level of chatter would have ensured that it wasn't a quiet night. With the party now in full swing, your options had increased. You went to see what your moms were up to? Fuck no. Watch the band perform? No. You asked Cobb to dance? Of course. Let me ask you guys, is there anyone who dissents over asking Cobb to dance? Because I'm quite certain the answer is no. Asked the flustered dork. So, would you like to dance, maybe? Only heretics? Hey Cobb, let's dance. Cobb, can I have the pleasure of your company on the dance floor? Come on, it's time to dance. I'd like to dance with you, if that's okay. Ooh, these are some really good answers, guys. So, forget one. One is not in contention. We're not doing one. That's simply not an option. Right? Remember, we're confident. So, hey Cobb, let's dance. Cobb, can I have the pleasure of your company on the dance floor? And come on, it's time to dance. And of course, I like to dance with you. Oh, okay, forget 5. 5 is nervous. I like to dance with you. If that's okay, that's too nervous. We're not doing 5. So, 2, 3, or 4? You want 3? I like 3 as well. It's very suave, very smooth, slick. Right? Let's go with 3. I think I'm gonna go with 3 unless there are any compelling arguments. Any compelling arguments against number 3. Speak now or forever hold your peace. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cove, can I have the pleasure of your company on the dance floor? Really? He blurted the word out without thinking, then clamped the hand over his mouth before something else could slip out. Blush. Of course, really. That's why I invited you to the dance. Coop sucked in a deep breath, as if trying to inhale confidence as well as oxygen into his lungs. He gave a single, serious nod before holding out a trembling hand out towards you. You felt confident. You were at ease with Cove and had nothing to fear from a dance. Quite the contrary. You stood tall, as tall as you can when you're like fucking at least a head shorter than him, probably maybe even 2. You stood tall, ready to make an impression. Cove is usually confident with other people. Is he usually confident? Tough to say. He's being sort of shy and like not confident. He took Cove's outstretched hand. His skin was hot and damp. You squeezed it, giving him a reassuring smile, and together, carefully made your way onto the dance floor. You took your places standing before each other, hands still entwined. Frowning, Cove assessed the situation, trying to puzzle it out like a math problem, before putting his remaining free hand on your shoulder. You repositioned his hand to your waist. I see the celebration. Very nice use of the emotes, guys. I love how you're this grumbling short stack, yet somehow you're wearing all the pants in these interactions. Yes! Gently, you took his hand from your shoulder and moved it lower down for the dance. His eyes shook at the touch. From how tense his hands were, you knew Cope was fighting an urge to pull away. But ultimately, he smiled shyly at you, and his grip on your other hand tightened. Cope towered over you. You'd long been aware of your height differences, but readying yourself to dance had brought them to the forefront once more. Cope awkwardly glanced down at you from the corner of his eyes, looking almost apologetically. The music had begun. You both moved eagerly, trying to catch up to it, but your feet took you in opposite directions. Fumbling, the two of you shuffled from side to side, attempting to mirror each other's movements, but always winding up at odds. It was difficult. Cope was struggling just coordinating his own lips. Let alone matching your movements. When Cope's foot ghosted over yours, it was decided it'd be safest for everyone if you simply swayed to the tune. You rooted yourself to the floor, your torso gently moving to the sounds. Oh my god. He's got 2 left feet. Gratefully, Cope kept his movements small and subtle in the same way. Always fine for a little while. You weren't going to win any dancing accolades with Cope, but it didn't matter when you were treasuring just being so close to him. 4 left feet between the 2 of them? Probably, yeah. Cope stepped out of sync with the music, knocking against you. He flinched back, nearly pulling you over in the process. You took a hand from him and held it up, halting proceedings so you could both get your bearings once more. We should have stuck to the hokey pokey. It's okay. Dancing is harder than I thought. I'm singing you up for dancing lessons. You quietly took a break. It's okay. It's okay. Or dancing is harder than I thought. I think dancing is harder than I thought. Instead of feeling better over the mutual struggle, Cope looked off. Okay, no. 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 Damn it. Poor boy. He's having a crisis of confidence. Instead of feeling better over the mutual struggle, Cope looked off. Yeah. Then you took Cope's hand once more. Oh my, how lewd hand holding. They're holding hands, you guys. It's so lewd. Then you took Cope's hand once more and gingerly resumed swaying to the music. Cope reluctantly followed suit. His steps small and apprehensive. He mumbled something quietly. Avert thine eyes? Yeah, guys, please look away. Look away, they're holding hands. This is a long song. You weren't sure how to take that. Whether it meant that something was wrong, or if Cope didn't really like dancing, or if he didn't like dancing with you specifically. It made the last couple of minutes of the song uncomfortable, as you weighed up what to do and what to say to Cope. When the musicians laid their instruments down, Cope dropped your hands as if they were burning him. He trailed off the dance floor as quickly as he could without breaking into an outward run. In truth, you'd bet even that was faster than most people here could manage. Oh, that's calling them a lot of people really old. Holy shit. You had difficulty tailing him before he could get lost in the crowd. When you caught up, he said nothing. You tried to get him into doing something else, but eliciting anything from him was now impossible. You focused over Cope, wondering how he was finding the evening. He sighed. It was so quiet and unobtrusive that you wouldn't have caught it if you hadn't been watching him. His gaze was roaming. With how far away his eyes seemed, whatever he was searching for couldn't be found at this party. He turned to face you, before you could say anything. I want to sit down. We can't do that. Poor boy. Cope began to move, and you instinctively followed him. Yet instead of taking a seat at one of the many free tables you'd expected, Cope ignored them as he purposefully. Yeah, purposely is not a word. The correct word is purposefully. Strode out of the party area. Cope, there's seats right here. Your call didn't seem to register with him as he continued forward out onto the greens of the golf course. You went after him, trying to watch out for the uneven ground underfoot. The clots of earth dislodging in games of dislodging. Do you mean dislodged? Past tense rather the person continuous? The clots of earth dislodged in games of golf were perfect for snatching unwary feet even in daylight. Up ahead, Cope didn't appear to have any difficulty traversing the uneven land. He settled down English's Hardham K. True. I teach English, I know, but still, teacher brain. He settled down on one of the little hills. I could actually explain. So, because the Clouds of Earth is lodging in games, so technically speaking, so far, up to dislodging in games of golf were perfect, is fine. However, because we're looking at first snatching on where you feet even in daylight, combined when you went after him, trying to watch out for uneven ground underfoot, right? Because dislodging is a continuous stance. This means that by the way that you shape it, the sentence here, dislodging means that it's happening right now. People are playing golf and dislodging clods of earth in that very moment, right? As opposed to something that happened in the past. Is that an English lesson? Yes. You're welcome. People pay a lot of money for this, okay? Up ahead, Cope didn't appear to have had any difficulty traversing the uneven land. He settled down on one of the little hills of the golf course. Good grief, he looks so goddamn good in black. You joined him, still unsure over what was going on. Are you alright? And why are we here? What's wrong? Why did you drag us out here? Look at us, breaking the rules. I'm tempted for 4. I'm tempted to use 4. Okay? Because 4, right? Human in Black with Johnny Cash. I'm sure I know the song, I just don't know I just can't associate it with the title. I'm gonna go with 4. Cope startled as if he'd acted on instinct and your statement had brought him back to reality again. He tilted his head curiously. What? We're not supposed to be out here.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. You say that, but you're not getting up to leave. He looks sheepish over his now knowing troublemaking. Yeah, it's nice here. You can't go back to the party. You didn't budge from your spot. Sorry, you didn't budge from your spot. From here, the party was just a glowing haze in the distance. You didn't want to leave him behind. No soldier left behind, Cove. We're not soldiers. I'm still sticking with you, though. Oh, thanks. Now that Cope was more at ease, you tried to find out what had caused him to take flight in the first place. Even thinking the words pained you, but you had to know the answer. Did going to the party with me make you uncomfortable? Logically, you knew that the issue was likely the activity rather than your company. Your heart strained with worry that you had been at fault, though. Was it because I made you dance? His abrupt departure from that was another indicator that something had gone awry.
What?
No! Shook his head emphatically. It's not anything I did tonight. It's definitely not anything you did either. Relief overcame you. You'd suspected as much. But with this being your very first date, it was hard to be sure. Cope attempted to fill in the gaps of understanding. I don't want to think about going back into the party. I just feel ready to go home. To your home planet? Nah, too mean. Nope. Not for running that far. You kept quiet. I'm sorry you're not having. Should I get my mom's? Supportive. I don't want to ruin their night. Cope sat there quietly gazing out into the shadowy hills and valleys of the golf course. A comfortably warm wind rustled between you, tousling his hair. It was so far away from the hubbub of the party, you could even make out the quiet sound of crickets chirping. This is kind of like how we first met. Do you remember? Holy shit, it kind of is. Yeah, of course I do. How could I forget? You'd always lied him, even from that very first day. It's so weird. That was a long time ago now. You thought back to the day when Cope first arrived in the neighborhood. He had run away from Mr. Holden, taking solace in the hills behind your house. That had been late, too, on a clear night like today. Looking at the sky, you wondered if the stars that were looking down were the same ones as then. 5 years? Yeah, probably. 100 years? Yeah, maybe not, right? But 5 years? Yeah. Same stars. It's not that long as far as astronomical terms are concerned. Astronomical time frames are concerned. Cope's face was brighter, though you could still see signs of the strain that had caused him to depart from the soiree. When he'd first sat down, I need water. He'll hydrate. When he had first sat down, he'd curled up like a pill bug, hunched over, knees pressed to his chest, and arms wrapped around them. He'd unwound as you'd been talking, straightening up, his hands free to gesticulate. It was as though the two of you had constructed your own little world away from everything else, and he was beginning to perk up. The small smile that had crept up onto his face was quickly ushered away by a frown. I can't believe I'm on a date. Well, that's ominous. Frowning at the idea of being on a date? I like that. What up, bitch? What's going on? Cope followed up on the statement before you could react. He spoke in a distinctly whispered tone, as though you were the only one in the world who he could share these words with. After I said I wanted to come... A second. I wanted to take it back. Not because I really didn't want to do it, because... I don't know. Well, that's disconcerting and worrisome. It seemed like a big deal. It made me feel bad somehow. I started feeling like, oh, you have confidence issues. Okay. I started feeling like I couldn't do it, even though I just wanted to do it. I guess it was sort of like having to give a presentation in front of the class. I cannot relate. Presentations are easy. Public speaking is easy. Here I am, streaming. Even though it was just me and you doing something, like we always do. He charged on, his words streaming out. Stream. Funny. I still couldn't do it because thinking about not being there and you, and what you might... Welcome back, Derpy. And what you might think if I did take it back, made me feel way worse than whatever else I felt. Ouch! I'm sorry to hear that. I hate when that happens. I still could do it because thinking back about not being there with you and what you might think if I did take it back made me feel way worse than whatever else I felt. I'm sorry, Corey. I'm sorry I can't just deal with stuff like this and have to make everything so complicated. You need to apologize. I'm sorry I made you feel bad. I want you to be here. If you don't want to be here, you smile at him. You smiled at him. One or five? What did you miss? Cobe? So we danced, right? It was great. Fun stuff. But then Cobe, because we couldn't really dance well, right? Cobe got a little in his head, and so he ran off, and we followed him. Now we are sitting down next to this lake. in a similar manner to when we first met, right? And he's like having a bit of an issue because he was so nervous that he might mess up our first date. And then he got into his own head about it, right? And now, here we are. You smiled at him. You don't need to apologize. You didn't took his hand, placed a hand on his shoulder, leaned against him. Leaned against him. Or took his hand, guys. His skin was cool to the touch, his finger cold delicately around yours. It always made you feel secure to lean against Cobb, having him support you in the most literal of senses. Maybe he felt the same way. I know, right? There should be hug. Smile. Smile. He finally moved his head to look you straight on, eyes meeting yours.
Corey.
Thanks for inviting me, Corey. You stared back at him, not comprehending. But didn't it make you feel bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did. When I had to think about how I was actually doing it. But getting to hear that you wanted me to come made me feel good. Aw, he's blushing. He flushed and had to break the fragile eye contact made. I mean, I want to keep doing things with you, no matter what. Even if I feel weird sometimes. I don't want to stop being there. I don't want you to stop wanting me there. Because when I do whatever it is for real, and you're with me, it all feels better in the end. It always does. Go stood up without warning. Support gun, you threw out an arm to catch yourself from toppling over. At that point, you didn't have much choice but to join him on your feet. What was that? Hey, give me a warning this time, what's up? You tilted your head in an unspoken question. I know, right? It's fucking adorable. I love it. I'm thinking 5, actually. Cole smiled awkwardly, brushing some grass off the side of his pants.
Wanna dance?
Wanna dance with me? You already did. You were there. I know, but it's a dance party, right? And I think he trailed off, brow furrowed as if he was trying to figure out the answer himself. Nodding slowly, he continued. I think I want to dance with you again, before it's over. With the only words he had to explain gone, he just held up his hand to you. His expression was soft. I know, right? Intimate. Just him and us. I want to dance with you too. Then you reached for his hand and took it in yours. Coe bit his lip as your fingers entwined together, his cheeks reddening. You returned hand in hand with the party reaching the end of a long evening. Dancing couples had become scarce. Scarce. One pair among many were hard to notice, but now that the space around you would act as a spotlight. Fuck? One pair among many were hard to notice, but now the space... Okay, so here's an issue. Crush would be if you refuse, but I'm not that mean. Not yet, anyway. Yeah, no, I cannot do that. So here's the thing, guys. Here we have an issue of tenses messing things up, right? Because in the past, it was hard to notice anyone dancing because there were so many people. But now that's not the thing anymore. There are less people, right? Dancing couples had become scarce, but now the space around you would act as a spotlight. Problem being that this doesn't work anymore. One pair among many were hard to notice. So what you have to do is either add before one pair among many were hard to notice. It's still not correct technically, but it helps. Now, the correct way, one pair among many would have been right? The hypothetical, an imaginary situation in past. Or you can also say, one pair among many had been. Hard to notice. Past perfect. Yeah, there's a few different ways to put it. One pair among many had been. One pair of many would have been, etc., etc. There's a few ways, but this way that is put here doesn't work. Right? Anyways, but now the space around you would act as a spotlight. Not that there were many left to watch you, except, your mom's. He was still at ease, even buoyed by the dissipated crowd. This time, there was a spring in his step as you walked onto the dance floor together. Cope kept hold of the hand you had given him back on the hill. Remembering your earlier attempt at dancing, he placed his free hand on your waist, all on his own, though still with a touch of trepidation. The people who are thoroughly enjoying this mess, yes, the parents, the moms. Cope hesitated while you waited for a sign. With a song in progress, before you stepped out to the dance, there was no signal for the right moment to begin. The same thought occurred to Cope, stroked his shoulders with keeping form? I actually don't know what that means. Taking that as your starting point, you cautiously began to sway. Cope readily followed your example. You danced wordlessly, dimly aware of the music guiding you. You were more focused on Cope. His attention was firmly fastened on you. Unlike before, when he had nervously looked down at his feet, as if trying to keep them in check, his eyes were steady. He didn't even allow himself to be shaken when your knees knocked against each other, and you both briefly fumbled in your steps. Instead, he chuckled, and it was as soft as the roll of the morning tide. His lips curved into a shy crescent. He had been drifting into a dreamlike state, but that expression, one that you'd never seen before, pinned you back to reality. Your heart was caught in a clinch, held tight, and yet straining with the effort of thumping harder than it had after any amount of physical exertion. As if in response, his hand began to hold yours with increased strength. It pulled you ever so slightly more towards him. Thoughts about what it meant or what might happen when it was over eased, and that both of you were able to simply have this dance. Time fell away as you took in the small moment. All too soon, the song reached its conclusion. You could have continued quite contentedly for some time more. You stilled, 100 years in his. Cope showed no sign of moving either. It was hard to let go. Another thought, did you ever had a run where you were just genuinely best friends, no romantic situation? Never. I couldn't do it. They're too perfect to each other. You heard your name called out, and that brought the dance truly to an end. You both spun to find Mom yelling for you and Cope. Beside her, Ma was shaking her head.
Sorry.
It's time to go home, Lani. It's time to go home, Lani. I had to get hold of them somehow. What did you want me to do? Sneak up on them? Her chosen method was admittedly better than that. You still winced at how dazed you'd been when she announced her arrival. Cope looked so embarrassed that you seriously worried about him fleeing again. This time you didn't think you'd stop until he was out of the grounds. Despite Cope's reaction to the scene with your moms, to you it had been a perfect ending to the evening. You were so glad you got a chance to dance with Cope once more before the night was over. And it definitely was over now. You didn't need to say anything to Cope. The two of you marched wordlessly over to your parents, who were still bickering playfully. Standing shoulder to shoulder, your parents surveyed you and Cope. You wonder if they were checking that they were returning Mr. Holden's son in the same state that he left the house.
So,
That was quite the night, huh, gang? Wasn't it just? Cope managed a self-conscious smile. Yeah. Ma was smiling too, with an expression so soft it could have cradled a newborn chick.
Well,
And how was your very first date? Blush, blush. That smile, look at that. Please don't turn on them already. It technically hasn't even ended yet. Fine, fine. Good. Well, we'd better ready yourself to get back to Elizabeth. If we're lucky, the house might still be standing.
yeah.
Oh, shush. She swatted your mom playfully, laughing at the comment. You cast one last look at the party. You saw people exchanging farewells and suppressing yawns. Most of the faces were happy ones despite the wariness that was starting to creep in. Cope's head was angled away from you. As you watched, wondering what he was looking at, he came around and met your gaze. It was strange. Though it had only been a few hours of your life, you felt a little older as a result of attending the party. It was like a step away from the world of your childhood. But dressing up is reserved almost exclusively as a form of play. It was something new that you hadn't yet grasped. Turning away from the final moments of the party, you shelved the thought for another time as your moms eagerly led the way back to the car. As you and Cope tailed after them, you felt childlike once more. Nice. It's good shit. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Doesn't make sense to me, but let's see what happened. Over here. Elizabeth doesn't strike me as the kind of person to burn their house down. Great. Yet. She's also kind of got the potential to be wild. Okay. Alright, 1 second. Yeah, that works. Let's go escapade. You looked up, noticing the sun's fuck fell this time. Cell phone fell. You looked up, noticing the sun was finally setting. You had been trying to delay the end of the day for as long as possible. The evening breeze tickled your nose as you sat on your front porch, munching on fresh watermelon slices. The snack made you happy. You thought watermelon was just okay. You were eating it because watermelon was a summer tradition. You weren't even sure why you were eating it. I'm sorry guys, I don't like watermelon. Rather, I don't get it. It's not like tasty particularly. It's just sugar. But that didn't stop you from munching the sweet snack. You turned to look at Cobb. You both had been sitting in comfortable silence for a while now. It's also watery, exactly, and I don't like the texture either. It's kind of like apple. Like a dry apple. It's just sandy. Melon is fine. I like melon, but watermelon, no. Yeah, but I rather doubt you like dry apple. You know, when they start to have a sandy texture. He sat next to you, close enough for your shoulders to touch. He was happily absorbed in his thoughts and his own slice of watermelon. Chuckling, you watched his face twisted in discomfort. He had to stop chewing to spit a seed into the bush. You shook your head in disapproval. You did the same and spat a seed into the bushes. I bet I can spit this seed farther than you. Immediately, you shoved the majority of what was left of your watermelon slice into your mouth just to get a seed to prove your point. As soon as you could, you sent the seed sailing into the middle of the street. Did you see that, Cobb? Cobb burst into laughter, that slugged to a wide grin. You could tell he was equal parts surprised and impressed. Can you do that again? I didn't see where it landed. Of course I can. You popped another seed into your mouth and focused on where the last one landed. Setting the seed free, you got it to go even farther this time. How ladylike. Of course.
Not bad.
Not bad? You had Cobb chuckling again. It was taking a lot of focus to stay looking serious and not break into laughter yourself. I'd like to see you try. I will. Ooh, serious Cobb. Cobb took in a mouthful of watermelon, face grimacing when he had the seed. Then his expression morphed into a focused look, and he sent the seed flying, landing in a similar spot to yours. Wait, you got to do two? I need another try. He spoke before you could even comment on his non-victory. His determination got you laughing. He quickly sent another closer to where your second one landed. Seems you're evenly matched for now. Yeah, for now. For the next several minutes, you both kept carving seeds from your slices and giggling at the ridiculousness of the situation, of the competition. Eventually, a truce was called, and you both went back to eating the neglected watermelon flesh. I wonder if I'll have another slice after this one. That one is your third already. Is that bad? It is really good. Bump him with your shoulder. knocked the slice out of his hand. No, we don't waste food. Smiled at him. It's alright. It's definitely bad. Sighed affectionately. 4, 5, or 6. You are allowed wrong opinions? What, wasting food? If another slice is gonna make you happy, it will. Go ahead, I'm not gonna stop you. Go picked up another slice. Oh, Cole is allowed wrong opinions, of course. Cole picked up another slice. He smiled at you. Delighted. A little while later, Cole flinched, making a confused sound. He slowly put his current slice down on the plate next to him. Are you okay? Yeah. He stood up, head tilted back to look at the sky. His feet took him to the middle of the street. Did you notice anything? What do you mean? I felt a raindrop. Sun's still out. You put your watermelon down. You put down your watermelon slice and hopped off of your front step. Immediately you felt a tap of water on the crown of your head, making you yelp. You're right! Cole was still staring up at the sky, and you watched as he began blinking more rapidly. When he finally turned in your direction, his face was amused. It's a sun shower. It seemed crazy, but soon you couldn't avoid the drops that began increasing into a light shower. Booming with laughter, Cole kicked off his shoes towards his front door and reveled in the moment. You were excited. It felt kind of special to you, yeah, huh? Something rooted you in place, and you couldn't quite put your finger on any word to describe the feeling. Elated, he was jumping and spinning in the rain. There was also warmth radiating from him. Join or watch? I'm thinking join. Hail hydrate. You ran over to stand out in the street with him. He smiled at your approach and offered you his hand. You took it. You played in the droplets until you were both dizzy and laughed until your bodies ached. Just as suddenly as the sprinkling started, it stopped and left you dripping with the smell of wet asphalt and soil tickling your nose. Cole caught your eyes, running a hand through his wet hair. Coming it back, he frowned. It's over. The drops of rain clinging to his face almost could have been mistaken for tears. He sounded disappointed. I wish it lasted longer. You were charmed by Cole. Come on. There was a spark of amusement dancing in his eyes from the sun shower, and you couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. What? Nothing. Just thinking about how fast you committed to getting soaked. He chuckled bashfully. Yeah, it was pretty cool. You then looked over at your door and sighed. You knew Ma wasn't going to be happy to see you trailing water into the house. Cole rubbed his arm awkwardly. He must have been thinking the same thing because he watched you sympathetically.
It's okay.
You can dry off at my house if you want. My parents don't mind. You're the sweetest guy I know. Oh my gosh, so I'm fine. Thanks, it's no big deal. It is. I could already hear my ma's cries over my wet footsteps being all over the house. Yeah, it would be bad to put a dampener on the day. You chuckled at his little pun. Cole led you inside and you stayed close to him. You have a ton of spare towels. I'm just gonna dig them out of the hall closet. Thank you for doing this. What should I do? I think I'm gonna need to borrow some clothes from you too. Ladies and gentlemen, We got him. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. Thus starts the tradition of stealing his clothes. Cobb didn't have any of the towels yet he came back into Aisha so you could see him stare at you flatly and roll his eyes. Aww. Haha. We're not exactly the same size, you'd be swimming in my clothes. I'm not joking, it'd be nice to borrow a shirt. He raised an eyebrow, and a tiny frown paired with blush appeared on his face.
I mean...
Oh, I mean, if you're serious, I'm just gonna dry myself out, but I could get something for you. Thanks, Cobb. Ladies and gentlemen, we absolutely got him. Right you are, Shortbean. Cobb disappeared and returned in no time. He wasn't making much eye contact, but had towels in his hand, plus what seemed to be one of his pajama shirts. It was a bright pink color, with a dark brown seashell pattern all over. You ascertained it looked great on him. So, well, here it is. I hope that works. Nice, thanks. So Cobb probably wouldn't fit in your clothing. Unfortunately, no. We will have to buy him his own women's clothing, you know. Just because. And not because he would look great in it. In future. You accepted both a towel and a shirt. You wrapped the cloth around your neck temporarily and took a trip to his bathroom to change. This is really weird, like a crop top. The shirt was old, but very soft. He already felt more comfortable just thinking about having on instead of your current damp attire. You left your shirt over the shower curtain rod to dry. Patted yourself down with the towel and slipped Cobb's shirt on. You wrapped your arms around your torso. Changed and completely fixed your predicament, but it was definitely an improvement. Despite Cobb's prior comment being pretty on the money, it was huge on you, but it was dry, and you couldn't deny it was a little bit thrilling to wear a piece of his clothing. You almost couldn't believe it was true. Not wanting to keep Cobb waiting, you promptly returned to the living room. He looked up to greet you after hearing you come back down the hall. How did it go? Is it good? It looks good. Of course it looks good to you. I'm wearing your shirt. What, really? He chuckled a broken laugh, unsure what the proper thing to say about that kind of situation was. Keeping eye contact was even more of a challenge for him than before. Even though it doesn't fit me? Yeah, it's big, sure, but that's not bad. It's actually just really nice. You get the impression that just as you felt some excitement at wearing his clothes, he was having a similar reaction to seeing you in it. Yeah, you are correct, Derpy. Thanks, Cobb. You're welcome. A sudden call caught both of your attentions. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I thought I heard voices. Cobb's mom strolled into the living room with a curious grin.
Huh?
What happened here? You're both wet. There was a sun shower. Badass. Cobb smiled back at his parent. We came inside to dry off. My moms don't want me going into my house when I'm wet. Fucking hell. She's picturing bad stuff already. So I told Cory to come back here. That was very sweet of you, baby. She ruffled Cobb's wet hair and laughed at the drops of water that shook off. Then the light came to Kira's eyes. I have an idea. Why don't we go for a drive? It has to be standing around in the house and you'll air dry in no time. Cobb only offered a shrug and a bent smile to his mom. He looked at you for a real answer. Yeah, let's do it. Fun. This'll be good. Kira pulled out her cell phone from her pocket to call your moms. They had swapped numbers early in the summer.
See you soon.
Heading out to the garage. I'll meet you there in just a minute.
Sorry.
Sorry, my mom can be so pushy. She gets some idea in her head and that's what she does. That's okay. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't do anything. That wasn't true at all. Could you let him get away with that? Come on. Cobb led you to the car and Kira wasn't too far behind.
Okay.
Okay, into the back, you two. Once the three of you were situated inside, Kira started it and drove out of the residential area. When she hit a main road, the car sped up and she rolled the back windows down all the way. Hey! Cobb started laughing as he kept trying in vain to keep his hair from flying into his eyes too much. Meanwhile, you closed your eyes as the wind whipped against your red clothes. I said this drive was going to be good for getting you air dried. Yeah, but didn't agree to this much air. Cobb tried pressing the window button, but nothing happened. His eyebrows furrowed in frustration. You disabled the back? Sorry, I can't hear you. Smiling deviously, Kira turned on the radio and turned it up to be heard over the wind. You laughed and enjoyed the event. You danced and you stood to the music. Ooh, 1 or 4, guys. I'm thinking 4. This song is so good. You danced as much as you could while being strapped into the seat, stretching the open windows as though they were some kind of wind machine for her performance. Cobb shook his head at you until he cracked a half smile. Slowly he relaxed and bopped a little to the beat of the song himself. Ooh. And then something struck the side of your leg. Several papers were freed from under the car seats and were blown out. Oh, they can't go out the windows. Cobb began to haphazardly reach around the space to try and get it all back under wraps. Amaze, you helped. Mom, close the windows. Kira offered a response other than a chuckle. She just kept driving. Cobb snatched several of the papers out of the air, and you cut others, preventing most of them from flying out the window on your side. You showed Cobb your collection while grinning widely. Look at how many we saved. You figured if they were sitting out in the back of the car, they couldn't be important enough to get upset over. But Cobb continued looking annoyed. His mouth started to sleep, and at that his expression softened. You did well. Superman does good. You do well. Thanks for helping. The sun set completely, and at that, Kira rolled up the windows. Cobb let out a big sigh, and released the random bits of paper he had in his fists. My mom is crazy. He ran a hand through his windblown hair, and laughed with a bit of exasperation. You felt good. The evening had really turned out to be more interesting than you expected. Grinning, you were happy with your ass with whatever else happened next. Cobb watched you with interest until his focus was taken by a new comment from his mom. I bet you're not feeling damp anymore. No, but now I feel tricked. Ooh, sad with Cobb, sad with Kira, or watch the fireworks. This is a tough choice. You want to watch the fireworks? I'm okay with watching the fireworks. You shook your head and looked out the window. Kira continued driving. The radio volume was adjusted for the closed windows, and everyone was sitting more comfortably. Kira lowered the sound even more after pulling into a red light. She took the chance to turn around. You caught her coy smirk.
So?
Does anyone know what we drove past during the dry cycle? I'm not sure I want to. A movie theater. Okay. Most places have one somewhere. It isn't that late, you know? We can probably still catch a show.
What?
Really, Mom? We don't even know what'd be playing.
Come on.
So that's what makes it fun. I wanna see a movie? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Both of you? He seemed hesitant. You gave him a smile. And Cope eased up a bit. Don't get me wrong. I'm not advocating impulsive behavior every day. But it's important to seize the moment when you can. We might never have another night like this. And don't worry. Corey, I said I'd watch over you for the night. Not just 10 minutes or so. I'll put your parents in the loop after hitting the movies as soon as we get there.
That's
Nope. Apparently not. I didn't bring any shoes. You should always bring shoes when you're going out. I'm not wearing any either. You lifted your foot and wiggled your toes so Cope could see. How are we gonna go inside barefoot? Doesn't matter.
It's alright.
We'll sneak through quick. No one will notice. You can do it just this once. You bounced in your seat excitedly that it was actually going to happen. Kira's right. You never get to do stuff like this. Kira drove into the theater parking lot and shut the engine off. With the unbuckling of her seatbelt, she ushered you and Cope out. Despite being hesitant to leave, once inside, Cope burst into a sprint towards the cinema. We were right along with him. The tarmac was still wet from before, and cold to stand on with bare feet. Inside, you noticed that there were no lines. All the Korean shows had already started. Kira paid that no mind and stood up towards the counter with some words of encouragement. A third of the running time is ads these days. We haven't missed anything. Meanwhile, Cope stood next to you awkwardly. He shifted from one foot to another and constantly kept looking around. Poor boy. His shady behavior would have made him much more likely to get caught than sitting still would have, if there were people around to really notice. It's pretty goofy. Still, you console him, tease him. Console or tease? I'm thinking... No sure, no shows of service? Probably, yeah. Console? You poke Cope's arm to get his attention. If only they sold shoes at the concession stand. Yeah, I wish. Yeah, that would be too convenient. We will get through it. His expression softened into an appeased smile. Listen a sigh of relief out of you. Fred returned with the tickets at hand. She quickly herded you and Cope towards the showing room. I'm so sorry for the little hiccup, but hold on. We've almost made it home free. Once we sit down, it'll be smooth sailing. The lights were already off in the showing room, but the movie hadn't started yet. The upcoming movie trailers were still playing.
Aha!
Yes! Keeping her volume in a hushed tone, you couldn't help but burst with excitement over your luck. You followed her down the walkway until she spotted open seats in the middle-ish area of the theater. Kira pointed at the seats, looking over her shoulder at you and Cope, waiting for input. Cope nodded, and you decided to give her a thumbs up, and she led the way. When you reached your seats, Kira sighed contentedly. Cope gives a sigh of his own and lifted his feet to sit cross-legged instead of keeping them down on the floor. He then leaned over and whispered to you. Do you have any idea what the movie is? No, I didn't hear the name or anything when your mom bought the tickets. Oh boy. After a couple more previews, the main event began. It dawned on you quickly that it was a horror film. One about a group of students being hunted by dangerous ghosts. Horror movie. The mom knows what she's doing. Kira is our wing woman here. No. Derp, you're not looking at this right. Kira is wing womaning for us. Because remember, what happens in a horror movie when one of them is scared? They turn to the romantic interest for support. Huh? Exactly, Derby. You're getting it. Have Corey being have Co being Corey's Empress. Hail Hydra. Hydrate. Going in, you weren't sure what to expect, but this was a fantastic surprise. You hoped this turned out to be good and scary. Glancing over at Cove, you noticed that he looked less than thrilled with the movie. He heaved down on his bottom lip and stared at the screen with trembling eyes. Aww, poor baby. Cove had never been a fan of ghosts or intentionally frightening things. That was something you learned about him early on. You tapped Cove on the shoulder to get his attention. You angled your body to be closer to him, or you grabbed hold of his hand. Where's the hug? Come on, give me the hug. 3 or 4. You bent yourself more and more until you were essentially leaning against him. It had been slow enough that Kobe hadn't noticed at first, but soon he started to peek you out of the corner of his eyes. You grabbed hold of his hand, your fingers wrapped tight around his, and he jumped slightly at an unexpected touch. But his expression softened when he peeked at you out of the corner of his eyes, gave your hand a squeeze, and started to silently voice support. That made you feel good. Okay, now, let's go back. And then the hand. You offered Cope your hand. He took it immediately, his fingers held firmly to yours, and he was able to face the screen again with a lighter expression. Sometimes, other people in the theater screamed, or jeered, or clapped, depending on what was happening. Your heart was pounding in your chest when the movie finally came to an end. The main character resolved the hauntings, but in a dark conclusion, they didn't make it out alive. You stayed to let the credits roll for the theater to clear out. Then it was time to head back to the car. Both you and Cope took the same seats in the back of the car again. Even though it was late, Kira was exuding an upbeat, cheerful energy. What a great flick!
I guess.
It wasn't so bad in the end. You enjoyed it, baby? No, I mean, it's hard to explain. I got really tense, and I guess that's the point of horror stuff. But I kind of don't want to have to feel like that. Now that it's all over though, it was sort of cool to do.
Fantastic.
That's so great. Corey, how are you feeling? It was awesome. Kira smiled at that. I still can't believe they died. It's nice when things aren't all obvious and you don't really know how it'll end until you see it, but I wanted it to go better. I demand the happier ended. I love how it all fell apart when it seemed like things were gonna be okay. Saw it coming. I saw it coming. So probably what I would say. No way! A lot of horror things have endings like that. You and Coop spent the rest of the car ride absorbed in conversation about the movie. So, who's hungry? You were surprised when you realized Kira didn't drive you home, but to a drive-thru burger restaurant instead. Wing woman. Absolute wing woman. Yeah. I think there are horror movies with just straight up bad endings. Yes. Have you ever watched The Skeleton Key? If you have not, watch it. Just, expect the bad end. Yeah. Great movie though. And there's of course Final Destination. I don't think a single one of the Final Destination movies has a good ending. Same for... Shit, what's the name of those? Paranormal Activity. That's the spirit. Get whatever you want. Hamburger, cheeseburger, chicken, spicy chicken, French, onion rings, salad. There's the whole reason or entirely generation of reasons to drive behind long. Yes, absolutely true, Turkey. I will not, for any fucking reason, drive behind logging trucks. I will hold up traffic before I drive behind a logging truck. Because, yeah, or any other truck with a big load that could fall off and crush me. Also, cheeseburger. And 90% of traffic will understand why too. So, what would happen if the logging truck's load were to fall off the truck? The answer, Derpy, is it would crush you. And, you know, you would die. Because crushing is not conducive to prolonged life. Yeah, you keep logging at speed, logs don't. Pretty much, right? Exactly. Similar for other big loads. They'll fall off and then, you know, you'll run into them at speed. But cheeseburger. God, cheeseburger. I want one. Yeah, exactly what Trekky's saying. Chocolate chip cookie and milkshake. Is that alright? It's a-okay. If you were pulled up to the window and ordered what you asked for first, she then decided to order one of everything on the value menu. Holy shit, Kira. Oh. See, here in the US of A and other places, the speed limit is fairly high. And trucks, well, trucks are happy to stay in the speed. Excuse you, what the fuck? Take a look at that picture. What's wrong with that picture? And yeah, speed limit is minimum 60. Usually way higher than 60. And I said minimum, not limit, minimum. Anyway, take a look at this picture. I just noticed the steering wheel is British, or Japanese, or European. What the fuck? Has this been wrong the whole time? Like the entire time? Like... No, come on. No, come on. No way. Pulled up to the window and heard what you asked for first. She then decided to order one of everything on the value menu. Was observant to foxes? Yeah, I am very observant. So I feel safe enough, even though your transportation of motors is motorcycle. Nice. This is a residential area with narrow roads and tight turns, so it's not that big of a risk. Understandable. Whoa, what are you gonna do with all of that? Eat it! What a cultured woman.
Really?
The whole menu? That's right. There are only maybe 10 things on it, and they're about $1 each. I can swing it. Besides, whatever I will finish, I'm gonna feed to your dad. He will be in heaven. I ship them. I ship them. I ship the dad. I ship her and the dad. They get back together? I don't know. Will sighed affectionately at his mother's antics. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're quite welcome. A few minutes later, Kira exchanged her money for multiple bags of food, which she quickly tossed to you both in the back seats. She then drove off into the night. Fair enough, with most of the summer when I'm going to take to like rest of my family's rents a lot of, there's a lot of logging runs in the area, so fully loaded logging trucks are fairly common. I've seen a couple. Enough that I've actually literally just been there like, nope, slowing down, changing lanes, not being behind this logging truck. They did the boys for a reason. Hopefully it's a reason that they can reconcile for the power of wingmanning for the kids. Can you pass me something? What should I grab? Surprise me. You choose one of the wrapped sandwiches and handed it to her. You had no idea if it was a burger or something else.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Accepting that this was what was happening, Cope shrugged and started pulling out food out of the bags for himself. Cope ended up with some onion rings, and he happily munched on them. Ew. Ugh. Onion. Ugh. I cannot do that. Rings or otherwise, I cannot. I hate it. Ugh. It's okay to be wrong here. Yeah, I know. I know Cole is wrong with the onion rings. I know he's wrong, but I forgive him for being wrong. You made sure to grab something you liked. You feel betrayed by onion rings? You weren't even questioning Kira's crazy right anymore. Why would you question perfection? That's the point. It's perfection. You don't question it. It's already perfect. The adventure continued, and you were so preoccupied in the back that you almost didn't realize the car had stopped. Kira turned to look over her shoulder. Okay, party people. It seems we've reached the end of the road. Confused, you check out the window and saw nothing except empty road ahead, and then you noticed it. The now leaving sign. Kira took you through the entire town. What are we doing here? Kira turned the car around and parked it along the side of the road. I think you both could use a break to stretch your legs, and I doubt anyone is going to come through here this time of night. Besides, I need to make a call, so go on. Cobb shook his head and got out of the car without a fight. You followed Cobb. Like, I had this mental image of it being a decent meal, but then I bought some and it was a letdown. Like, it's not bad, but it doesn't feel worth the money I paid for the thing. See, Derpy? You're half right. Not worth the money for it. It's bad, but because of that, it's not worth the money. Widespread of quality with onion rings, though, you gotta get some that are used proper and crisp onions that will cook right, proper batter that will cook right and cling to the rings. Okay, yeah, but hear me out here. Onions suck. So it doesn't matter anyway. It still be bad. You got up and caught up to Cole. He was busy looking at the stars and stretching his arms while he strolled around. You thought being there was exciting. Being there was pretty cool in your mind. So, detail. There is not the correct determiner, right? Because you are in that location already. Ergo, you cannot use there. You have to use here because you are there. You thought being here was exciting. Wait, feel tired? No way! You're with your boyfriend. You know, he doesn't know that yet, but you're with your boyfriend. You had delicious food. You went to the movies. Exciting. That's some heresy right there, Corey. Don't worry, Corey. People are allowed wrong opinions. Exactly. People are allowed to have the wrong opinion that onions are okay. They're not, of course. But it's okay to have that wrong opinion. Isn't now that yet what a Corey thing to say? Adrenaline doesn't last that long? You're delighted with the wide open sky above and the unobstructed view of the landscape around. It was freeing. It doesn't last that long, but... Cobe. What better drug can you need other than Cobe? I feel like that's a line from a Yandere song. Nah, it's perfectly normal. It's okay, don't worry. Eventually, we'll tell him he's the boyfriend, okay? Eventually, you know, for now... he doesn't really need to think about it. Might be a flight risk. His boyfriend, don't worry about it. It was freeing. It's amazing we're all the way out here. He smiled, glancing from the stars to you. Shortly after, you noticed Cope's expression change. His eyebrows furrowed, and it seemed like he was thinking hard about what he wanted to say next. Corey, I'm really sorry for my mom being crazy tonight. She's not always like this, seriously. Unhealthy obsession? No. You got it right. That's incorrect. I'm sorry. You're thinking... What's the correct phrase here? Perfect relationship. Yeah, perfect relationship. You mean she doesn't kidnap the neighbors all the time? Goff snorted briefly before becoming serious once more. I think she feels like she has to get out there and do things with me while she can. And she wants to make that time memorable. This visit isn't really different than the others. And it didn't start off good. It didn't start off well. You're not Superman, Cobe. You don't do good, you do well. The song Unhealthy Obsession, I'm not familiar with that one, I'll have to check it out. Thinking about how Kira's trip began this summer, you could understand why Cobe was thinking along those lines. She probably wanted all the trouble to be worth it in the end. Are you having a good time with your mom around? Yeah, it's still weird having her and Dad in the same house, but I love her. She's my mom. I like hanging out with her. Most of the time. It went silent between you both, so you jumped when you heard the sound of a car door closing. Oh, Corey! You turned to see Kira by the driver's side waving. The sight brought a smile to Cole's face. And she quickly made her way over to where you both were standing. Thanks for waiting. I don't mind.
My baby.
But they didn't know was such a polite boy. She ruffled his hair, and Cope lowered his head, accepting the compliment. You thought about how interesting it was to see how Cope interacted with his mom. And then the memory hit you. That first summer, you and Cope came to this very spot on his runaway attempt to find his way back to his mom. And now, you're all here. Together. 1, 2, or 3, guys. I'm thinking 3. You get both. You get the best of both worlds. You reminisce with Cope about a fun childhood memory, and you get to embarrass him a little bit with his mom. Hey, Cope. This is where you went to try seeing her when you moved to Sunset Bird. Do you remember? Here, what does that mean? Cope gaped at you, and it became clear that his mom hadn't known about that adventure. Shame is an evasion for prison. Prison was pails and pest control. You came here to see me? Kira's eyes grew large as words fully sunk in. I heard you wanted to visit, but no one ever said you actually tried to do it on your own. Never mind you made it all the way through the entire town. Cope hung his head in shame. Even in the dark, there was no mistaking how red his face was burning. Oh, it's alright, little man. He started rubbing his back soothingly. It's definitely too late to punish you for it. I'm just glad you ended up being fine. This is an impressive distance for such a tiny guy to travel. While Kira spoke to him positively, there still seemed to be something sad in her tone. I hope you never feel like you had to run away again.
Sorry.
I don't want to run away anymore, don't worry. She offered him a small smile. Well, that didn't go how he expected it. Laughed, extremely embarrassed, apologized. 3? I shouldn't have said that. It's okay. I should have said something myself before. Girl let out a big breath of air. We should probably call it a night, huh? Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shrugged or disappointed? 5. You had kind of hoped some other unexpected thing would pop up to keep things going. Kira shyly smiled and gestured to the car. Quietly, you all made your way back to it. Cobb naturally followed you, taking the seat nearby in the back, with a collection of fast food bags still strewn about. You rested your head into the seat as the car, you mean into Cobb's shoulder, as the car roared to life. As you did, Cobb leaned in close to whisper, "Hey, I can't talk to your mom, see if they get mad about tonight for some reason. It was my mom's idea, you didn't have a choice." This was worth it, even if they get mad. Maud pulled into the biggest grin, getting a laugh out of Cobb. "If you say so. Also, don't worry about bringing the shirt back when we get home. Just keep it." Our boy understood the assignment. Look at this, boys and girls. Look at this. Sasuga. Until tomorrow? He simply shook his head. Mwah. Genius, boy. Your face went warm. He was giving it to you. Thanks, you're the best. Secretly, you had a hope to not have to give it back. Good. You weren't gonna get it back no matter what. Three or four. I'm thinking 4. Bill smiled, amused at you, but said nothing else. The drive home was smooth and uneventful. The radio was off completely, and you felt your eyelids getting heavy. Really? Why is this even an option? Why is 1 even an option? Come on! Your head came to rest on Cobb. You were too tired to keep your head on, and it felt quite comfortable there. Cobb didn't have any issues there. He leaned into it. He must have been exhausted too. You were happy to stay close like that. You're just warm and comfortable. When you opened your eyes, you expected to still be in the car, not your bedroom. It was somehow already morning. You couldn't remember how you ended up there. Sitting up in bed, you thought about how last night was quite an experience. You almost could have felt like a dream. It would almost have felt like a dream if you weren't still wearing the shirt Cobb let you take. You can't. I suppose, yeah. It definitely happened. And we were glad you got to have a spontaneous escapade this summer. God. Perfection. Alright, guys. It's been a while now, right? So, we're gonna finish the stream for tonight, and tomorrow we're gonna do road trip. My favorite step of moment. My favorite moment of step 2 And then we'll continue to step 3. Hail hydrate, hail hydrate. Alright, you guys. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching. If you're not subscribed, do so please. And if you haven't hit like, do that as well. This is good for me. And take care. Have a good night. And I'll see you soon.